Okay.
I mean, I don't know.
My parents stare at you.
Here we are again.
Good morning and welcome back to day 2 of our commission of the Land Conservation and Development Commission meeting. It's Friday, June 27, 2025. My name is Anya Halova and I'll be chairing today's meeting here in Salem. Next on our agenda is item number 9, an update on the 2025 Oregon Housing Needs Analysis. With us, we have Ethan. Please introduce your team, you and your team.
HR Halova and Vice Chair Lazo. My name is Ethan Stuckmeyer. I manage the housing division at the Department of Land Conservation and Development. With me today is Jenna Hughes. And Jenna will introduce herself in her portion of the presentation. I am attempting to share the screen for my slides. It's not quite working. While we're getting that set up, today we'll be talking through 3 items, or there's 3 objectives of our meeting today. First is a brief emphasis on brief update of the or overview of the 2024 version of the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis rules that the Commission adopted in December. And then we'll move quickly into an update on the 2025 version of the rulemaking, things that we've been doing since that time. And then hopefully that'll leave enough time for some commission discussion and guidance should you all have it on those topics for today. So in terms of the overview of the 2024 rulemaking.
All right, you're having to wait for IT. It's not letting, it says sharing is turned off.
Sharing is the heart of our work.
I think just to kind of continue moving along, thankfully, the slides that I was going to show, the commission has already seen before. And these are kind of just overview slides of the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis Program. Generally, as we might remember, this program is not just a, the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis does many things, including providing a methodology for cities in terms of how they are planning for this one here. Planning for housing.
You can take a break if you need.
I was trying to spitball.
Yeah, we'll just take a
Not ready.
break for like 5 minutes while we figure out the IT.
Credit equivalent of playing through a. You gotta make. There you go.
Success.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
One more.
So, one more minute.
And Commissioner, slides in there, hard copies. Okay, are you ready?
Think so.
There we go.
I think we're all settled. Early morning.
Yeah.
All right. So just a reminder, again, Commission has seen these slides before, so I will attempt to keep this brief. The Oregon Housing Needs Analysis is many things. It's a statewide methodology. It's an obligation for local governments to take actions to affirmatively further fair housing. It's a shared responsibility across local governments, regional governments, and state governments to take those actions, among other things. But simply put, the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis is a suite of programs that direct the implementation of statewide planning goals 10 and 14. And I think maybe Commission might see this slide in particular as a bit of an update. I really wanted to kind of highlight the connection between statewide planning goal 10, housing, and goal 14, urbanization. We'll have that conversation specifically today and throughout the rest of Commission's time on this topic in 2025. So yet another reminder, this is not just a DLCD program, the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis. It includes kind of a tri-agency approach, including work that the Department of Administrative Services does, kind of the math side of this conversation. The Oregon Housing Community Services Department tracks production. How are we doing in the state? And DLCD implements the programmatic elements of the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis. yet again, a slide that the commission has seen before many times and will rely on throughout the rest of this presentation. This outlines the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis Goal 10 housing planning process. Reminder that the Goal 10 planning process applies to all local governments, all cities in the state, but in particular, cities that have a greater obligation under the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis Program are those cities with a population 10,000, the Portland metro counties, and the jurisdictions within Tillamook County. Trying to simplify this a little bit further, this complicated graphic a little bit further, we can identify kind of three major primary elements of this planning process. The first is identify your housing needs. The second is take actions to meet those needs. And then three, track progress, monitor progress. How are we doing? So Commission has already taken some action to implement the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis Program, concluding with an adoption of the first two portions of this rulemaking back in December of 2024. And has continued some of that work in 2025 related to urbanization and the intersection between Goal 10 and Goal 14. In 2024, we can summarize the rules that Commission adopted as really the integration of Oregon Housing Needs Analysis Program into the Goal 10 planning process. So when we think about what it means for local government to identify their housing needs, contextualize that need into their local government, and what it means to receive a housing production target or a needed housing allocation from the state and kind of ground truth that in their own context. We also thought about the connection from that contextualized housing need to the actions that cities are taking through their housing production strategy, and then also define some parameters around the housing acceleration program, namely what it means for that local government and the state to interact to overcome barriers that are leading to underperformance or kind of falling short of their housing production target. Also, in 2024, particularly at the Commission's meeting in December, the Commission amended the rulemaking charge to direct staff to continue elements of that those 2024 rules into 2025. And this was done through, this is being implemented through an additional work group that the staff has convened related to housing actions. So if we're establishing and integrating the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis Program into the Goal 10 planning process, this housing actions work group does a little bit more thinking about specifically how do those actions actually, how are they actually implemented at the local government level, and what considerations are local governments taking in choosing those particular actions. So in 2025, we'll hear, or today we'll hear updates on both of these ongoing rulemaking efforts related to capacity and urbanization, implemented through what's called the Capacity and Urbanization Technical Advisory Committee, CATAC, and then also work that's being conducted by the Housing Actions Work Group, the HOG. So I wanted to stop here, and you'll notice this kind of mint green slide throughout the presentation today. This is a cue for commissioners to note that there are opportunities to ask some questions. So I wanted to pause here first and ask commissioners if they had any questions on the 2024 version.
Commissioner Bennett.
Good morning, Chair. And I think one question that somewhere in your presentation I would appreciate if you could address is that I get the feeling as I circulate around that land use planning is going to be perceived as the big reason why things aren't, or a reason why housing isn't moving at the rate that a lot of people would like to see it, including myself. And I think that that would be a really unfair characterization. And I guess I'm wondering, and it may not even be your division, Ethan, so, but I just think that it would be forward-looking that that we were always addressing why we're not moving forward on building homes, because I can see that there are those that have really had angst with the land use planning in Oregon, using this as a strong argument, and we get off onto the side roads and not build houses, but we're fighting over whether we should to do away with land use planning or some other issue. And I really see a danger that it could be a way of attacking the department and the commission. But and I'm not sure, and maybe Director Bateman would have to jump in, or the deputy director, but I think that we would be prudent always to be mindful and to being able to provide, wait a minute, these limitations were because of land use planning, but it's the economy, as the chair has pointed out a number of times, and the vice chair, that there are so many other factors. I mean, in Eastern Oregon, people just don't want to spend the money. And the other thing is that I've talked to 3 or 4 developers, and they said, why do we want to mess around with affordable housing? We can sell these big old multi-million-dollar houses, and that's where the money is, and we want to do custom homes. And so if no one's interested, it doesn't matter how many policies we develop and everybody else rants and raves, they're going to build whatever the market's. And so I've made enough of a speech here. But anyway, if somebody could assure me that that's always going to be in the forefront, so that when each of us as commissioners are over the time asked that, how we could direct them and how we could best answer it in a concerted commission department answer.
Yeah, and I was going to say, Commissioner Bennett, something I had talked about before that I'm like, maybe we should actually introduce it, was that whole, where are you on the housing, well, not housing, where are we on the development cycle? Because it's a cycle and we're somewhere on that line as an intro to, partly because where you are on that cycle is like the best time for government to do certain things, you know? So it might be good, because that's what I've always been trying to be like, let's ground people in market reality, which also empowers us to be like, yeah, this is exactly what we should be doing at this down cycle, right? It doesn't mean that there's houses are gonna pop up tomorrow. Vice Chair Lazo. And yeah, it's first, Ethan.
Thank you, Chair Levi. I was hoping to respond to Commissioner Bennett. I think we will talk about the actions and the role of local governments in seeking to change or mitigate against some of those potential outcomes, the things that you're talking about, Commissioner Bennett. I think one of the things, and so when we get to that portion of the agenda today, I want to make sure that your question is answered specifically, but I also wanted to kind of just maybe answer right away here in part, which is that the Housing Production Strategy Program and the Goal 10 program generally is the obligation of the local government, not the obligation of the planning department in that local government. And so there are many factors at play, of course, in terms of the what is actually going to produce housing and make housing more affordable and provide housing choice. And those aren't necessarily always planning and land use actions. There are other tools at the local government's disposal to kind of think about the strategies that they'll employ to meet those housing needs.
I've seen actually a number of local newspaper articles where city managers, et cetera, were saying, if we had less land use restrictions, then we could move forward. And I don't want to act like I've investigated them closely, but in just briefly looking at it and casually speaking anecdotally with the planning directors, they were like surprised. They certainly weren't going to speak out against their boss, but they felt like they were unfairly being, or that land use planning was unfairly being singled out on this. And that's my concern, and at the end of the day, we all know that there's those entities that are concerned still with Senate Bill 100. And I just think that it's such an important tool that we don't want to provide inadvertently ammunition or not provide the appropriate response.
I think, I was just saying, I think a good lead in is always like the market, this is where the market is, and then maybe this is one piece of these 10 pies. I mean, kind of thing. I know, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Commissioner Bennett and Ethan. I'll respond to Commissioner Bennett's piece just real quickly, briefly. I think the simple answer to me is exactly what you've pointed out, Ethan and Commissioner Bennett, is the production of housing has many, many multiple factors to it. One of those factors is land use planning, and that's our lane. And so if this crisis calls on every single actor in those factors to do something. And we are doing our part to move that forward. It's not the whole pie, as the chair said, but we need to do our part, and that's what this is. It won't solve everything, but we have to act in the way that we can and what's in our lane. And I think that's what what ONA does as we move forward. So I actually have a clarifying question for you, Ethan. I really appreciate this this full background around ONA and the 2024 review, because we have some places that we've been talking about in ONA where we talk about base rules. And so base rules will come into, will move forward if we don't revise anything under the 2025 charge. So when we talk about that, I'm assuming we're talking about what was passed in 2024 are the base rules, right? Rather than the previous goal 10. I just want to make sure that we're clear about that's what the base rules are, is the 2024 rules that were passed.
Yeah, Chair Lova and Vice Chair Lazo, it's a good point in terms of like trying to ground us in what we're actually talking about. And so in part, the answer to that question is yes. So when we're talking about the housing production strategy side of that equation, things like identification of need and action selection, that is true, right? The operating basis, or the basis by which we're operating under, is the rules that Commission adopted in 2024. When it comes to the capacity and urbanization work, you might remember that we did not adopt updated rules related to those items. So those are going to be operating from a different framework when we talk about kind of baseline or what we might be amending. We're amending rules that have been around for much longer than just December of 24. So
okay, so we, that's right. So we haven't changed any of the goal 14 pieces yet. So when we talk about that lane, then none of the urbanization pieces. So that's all the very older pieces of the urbanization. Okay, got it. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. Well, this is fascinating work. And when I look at this work, I immediately want to expand it to looking at the results. And if the housing is produced, then who owns the housing? Is it second homeowners? Because as we look at data, we see that housing, the market is operating so that the people who can afford that housing are often second homeowners. And as far as goal 14 goes, we have episodes of urban density in a tourism economy. So I wonder, do you encompass all of that, or am I taking you too far afield?
Chair Lova and Commissioner Thompson, I think when we are talking about what needs are we planning for, those kind of needs are incorporated into the underlying framework, particularly when we think about the methodology, what cities are planning, what future they're planning towards. Those kind of considerations are, I would say, baked into that assessment, just kind of like how we view the future. And then as a result, the actions that cities are taking are based on that future that we're planning for. When it comes to, what outcomes, that's like the other side of that question, which is, are those needs and the actions aligned to achieve those outcomes? And that's part of that tracking and monitoring process that is also new as part of this ONA program. Over time, we'll be able to see what are those actual outcomes. How are future versions of, in our next cycle of housing planning, how is that responsive to the outcomes that we've seen from the last cycle of planning and the last set of actions that we've taken?
And some, I'm gonna ask about, there was a part, and this is not the time, I know. In the director's report, there was a section that talked about the housing production strategies, and I wanted to talk about it then, but it's gonna be some time here that I'll talk about it, but at least two, I don't know if it's two cities or one city pick short-term rental regulations as one of their housing production strategies. So it responds to what you said, is the specific city or jurisdiction is going to understand their need, is going to pick strategies that solve for their problems, let's say.
Chair, if I
Yes,
may.
yes.
Short-term rental regulation does not address second home ownership. That's an economics issue. So when we look at the data in Clatsop County, we've got some good data going for it. We had some excellent economic opportunities analysis and looking at the housing stock. We can regulate short-term. That's a relatively small percentage. In Tillamook County, for example, what they see is the growth of second home ownership outside Tillamook County growing by 1% a year every single year. So that how do we regulate second home ownership? That's we're not there, and we go there at our peril.
Thank you for that distinction.
Chair Love, I'll proceed into and just a kind of queue up for the 2025 portions that we'll talk about here. So this graphic is one, when you create it, you probably are never thinking you'll actually get to the end. But the rulemaking process, I would say, related to ONA is really in its like last third, or even closer to the end than that. The rulemaking is, however, though, the rulemaking process in the ONA implementation is just the beginning in terms of all of the other things that come next, which is implementation, it's guidance development, and all that kind of stuff. So I wanted to kind of ground us in. Sure, we've been talking with you about ONA rulemaking for quite some time now, and pretty soon we'll be getting into public hearing and adoption conversations. But there's so much more that is going to be taking place beyond that time frame that we're kind of looking forward to. At least I know that I am. So of the process here. So of course, we'll talk about the rulemaking advisory committee and the technical advisory committees just in a moment, but also wanted to highlight some of the other engagement and communication elements of this work. So it is not just those advisory committees, which are super great to have that consistent group of folks to kind of bounce ideas off of, but also going elsewhere for some advice and feedback. Things like work groups that are focused on particular topics, in this case, infrastructure, focus groups for particular folks to hear their unique perspectives. And then also thinking through some, how do we kind of talk about the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis Program across the state. So thinking through some of those regional conversations, doing tribal consultations and coordination. And of course, at the end of all of that, it's important to know where those conversations go. So we're also planning a series of kind of close the loop sessions with the folks that we've had conversations with towards the end of this process. So just a reminder here on the decision-making framework, those conversations that I just alluded to in terms of the external communications and engagement are kind of part of this process to provide and advise the department and the executive branch in terms of how the rules will shape up in terms of recommending rules to you at the end of this process. So you all are at the far right of the screen, the ultimate decision makers in terms of adopting what rules will be implemented into state law.
Could you walk us step by step on these boxes real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Absolutely, Chair Lova. So in terms of, it kind of starts from the most advisory and moves into the more decision making from left to right. So the rulemaking advisory committee generally is structured such that they're having higher level policy conversations about what it means to think through the connection between the goal 10 and the goal 14 planning process. These work groups and technical advisory committees get into the nitty gritty details. What is it? How do you actually complete a buildable lands inventory, which is just a part of the connection between goal 10 and goal 14. And then we take that input and that advice and that feedback and those conversations into consideration in terms of developing an actual translating those topics and those ideas and those concerns into actual rule language. And that's the work of kind of this darker shade of blue, which is DLCD staff, governor's office, and the consultant project team. All of that comes together in terms of draft rules that will be going to the Secretary of State October 1st in advance of the public hearing that you all will hold in October. And then we do more refinements and more conversations in the last stretch between October and December, where you all will be with a set of proposed rules for consideration of adoption in December of this year.
Commissioner Warren.
I'm going to add something here, and I'm sorry. This is just my observation. There's much more to this process than what we're seeing on the screen. And I just want to make sure that we're all on that same page and that there are statutes that are directing all this as well, right? So those decision-making processes have been happening for since 2019 or so, right? Starting or House Bill 2019.
Yes.
So we have a lot more decision points that occurred here. And I just want to point that out to everyone. I know if you were to add that to that slide, it'd make it impossible to understand. But just for people who are watching who may not be as clear about the process, that this has been going on for much longer, and there's a much bigger umbrella of decision-making processes that have occurred.
Almost like it needs an arc with the legislature
Right.
on top of it.
That is very true. Okay.
Yeah.
And then yet another consideration, kind of adding to that point, Commissioner Warren, there is different frames through which we're looking at that decision-making process. And one of those is this racial equity framework for decision-making that the commission has set forth. And so here's a description of a more visual description of what that framework asks us to consider in proposing rules to you all, ranging from considering the benefits and burdens in a racial equity through a racial equity lens. What does that mean to think through accountability in both our rules themselves, but also accountability for local, regional, and state governments, and other items. The rulemaking advisory committee process and the technical advisory committee process uses this framework at the beginning of every meeting to kind of set the tone for that conversation and ask the advisory committee members to hold this in their thoughts as they're raising concerns and thinking through draft proposals and concepts. So I want to hand this off to Jenna to talk about the capacity and urbanization work, which is one of those two elements of the rulemaking that we're working on in 2025. So Jenna, please.
Yes, thank you, Ethan. Chair Holova, Vice Chair Lazo, and members of the commission. My name is Jenna Hughes. I'm a housing and growth management analyst with the Housing Division, and I'm here to give you all an update on the Housing Capacity and Urbanization Technical Advisory Committee, or CAUTAC, as we've been calling it, and provide an update on our progress on developing draft rules, which is described on pages 6 through 9 of your staff report. At this point, we're about midway through our process of drafting rules. But if you have any questions or comments, I'm happy to take those at the end. So the committee has been meeting regularly since the beginning of last year and is focused on 3 main topic areas described here on this slide. The first being refining buildable land inventory, or BLI methodologies, coordinating land use and public facilities planning, including inventorying development-ready land, and lastly, responding to a land deficiency when a need has been identified, including facilitating UGB amendments, or urban growth boundary amendments, and urban and rural reserves planning. And as Ethan stated, these rules are required to be adopted by January 1st, but we will continue to be developing guidance after that point to continue supporting rule implementation. The next few slides, I'll be talking about some of the key topics of the draft rules that we've drafted so far and shared with the CalTAC and our rulemaking advisory committee, as well as some of the key discussion themes and next steps. So starting with natural resource and hazard constraints in the buildable land inventory, or BLI, we first shared a first draft version 1 of rules back in April with our TAC and came back with a version 2 later in May. And one of the main takeaways from TAC discussions so far was to not drastically change the existing rules for BLIs in order to maintain the current flexibility and local discretion. So for example, the rules state that cities may remove steep slopes that are 25% or greater. Some cities choose to remove that steep slopes from their BLI. Others may choose to include it in their BLI if they find that development is still feasible. So we are continuing to allow that type of local flexibility. We're also proposing to add clarification that cities may remove, in addition to the floodplain, which is already outlined in rule, the floodway, which is that narrower zone that allows water to pass through in the event of a flood event. Another key takeaway was in response to the current rule language that publicly owned land may be considered not suitable and available for housing. And based on some feedback from TAC members, we are now proposing to require cities coordinate with public entities like colleges, universities, school districts in order to inventory their land, because we acknowledge that in some cases, publicly owned land could be suitable for housing. So we want to make sure that cities are coordinating on that. And lastly, we're also proposing guidance to support cities in how to best estimate and map constraints, as well as how to consider some less significant constraints, maybe like slopes that are less than 25%, for example. So that's something that we intend to develop next year. So a related topic is natural resource and hazard constraints in UGB study areas. And these are areas that cities are studying for potential inclusion in their UGB. And this is, again, proposing amendments to existing sections of rule rather than creating brand new sections. And the current rules list certain constraints that cities may exclude from the study area. We are intending to maintain this flexibility. And based on feedback, we're also proposing to add additional hazards that may be excluded from the study area that cities can consider. And so those are listed on this slide. And we do aim to also develop guidance on how to best estimate those types of constraints. The TAC has also had some recent policy discussions in terms of how fish and wildlife habitat areas should be considered. So we're continuing to make refinements to that section of rule in coordination with our partners at Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. And we also do intend to develop guidance for cities on how to best estimate those areas and in some cases, maybe how to best mitigate impacts to natural resources in places where total preservation may not be feasible. So moving along to another key topic is development ready land. And this is a new topic introduced by the ONA that cities over 10,000 will now be required to inventory in addition to their buildable land. As a reminder, development ready land as defined in statute is buildable land that is annexed and zoned for residential development, readily served by public facilities or has committed financing and is not encumbered by constraints and has the necessary entitlements for development. Development ready land is also assessed on that 6 or 8 year housing production strategy timeline rather than the 20-year planning period. So that's another key distinction. And the main policy intent of assessing development ready land is to identify opportunities for investments in infrastructure, for example, and also identify areas where developers may find challenges in developing land. And this is overall intended to help reduce some of that, what we call phantom capacity, or sometimes called paper capacity, where land may be zoned for residential development, but because of challenges maybe due to infrastructure, it's not actually feasible and likely to develop in the near term. So we first shared a first draft of rules.
Interrupt for a question real quick.
Oh, please.
I was trying to look at the bullet points here, and am I wrong? There's nothing about infrastructure, is there? Because when I think of development ready land, that's like the first thing I think of is it has stub outs to the property for infrastructure. And you mentioned infrastructure, but am I not seeing it?
That would be in the statute. Chair Holova, thank you for the question. The definition in statute, which you're right, is not on the slide, includes that part of the definition of development ready land is land that is readily served by public facilities. So in this case, I'm using infrastructure,
Yeah.
but public facilities would be more accurate.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So yeah, I just to summarize, some of the conversations we've had with our TAC when we first presented these draft rules, we do intend to clarify the statutory definition of development ready, including how to actually define readily served by public facilities. We know that's a vague term. So, you know, that's something that we intend to provide clarification on in our effort to provide clarity and certainty for local governments, as well as how to best estimate how to measure the sufficiency of development ready land. So we've been having some conversations around that with our TAC. In calculating sufficiency, TAC members have asked us to consider minimum density as the threshold or the qualifier for development readiness, meaning that if the current capacity of public facilities is enough to serve the minimum density of that zone, that should be considered development ready, even if the capacity of the public facilities may not be enough to serve, say, the maximum density or even the achieved density. So we're continuing to refine that. The TAC has also discussed measuring development ready land in terms of gross buildable acreage, as well as capacity-based estimates in terms of how many housing units could be served. And lastly, TAC members have also asked us to provide some additional clarification and guidance around what it means, what the criteria of annexed and zoned means for, say, a metro county who is inventorying urban unincorporated land. So we are continuing to explore that, and that will likely be reflected in guidance. So another key topic that
One more
we
question,
have.
Commissioner
Yes.
Thompson.
Well, thank you, because we're looking in Clatsop County at doing some more densification of the rural lands, because we have some, I would call them borderline cases. The Arch Cape area, for example, is considering incorporation because they have public sewer, they have public water. And the question is, do you want to take on being a city and all that that means? In the meantime, when Clatsop County says, well, maybe we should be looking at those rural areas that also could support increased housing density, what we get is, I would say, pushback and saying, no, you have to, from LUBA, you have to prove that the carrying capacity of the land for et cetera, and public safety and well-being and all that sort of thing. Do you contemplate those kinds of situations, or do you just want to let that play out outside your purview?
Chair Halova, Commissioner Thompson, thank you for the question. That's an interesting scenario. Development ready land specifically looks at land inside a city's UGB, inside their city limits, that is annexed and zoned. So it is very refined, and a subset of that buildable land. And one thing I didn't mention actually on the previous slide is that if a city finds that they have a deficit of development ready land, they must take actions in their housing production strategy to increase the development readiness of land. That could include annexing and fulfilling that criteria of annexing and zoning land that is development ready, or ensuring that land is readily served or has the committed financing. So there's a lot of flexibility in terms of how a city could meet that development ready land deficiency if they had one.
If I could just add a little explanation, along the Columbia River, there's a narrow band of developable land. Along the coast, there's a narrow band. Coming up with rising sea levels, less developable land bumped up against EFU. So how do we adapt in a way that increases density without falling afoul of the law or pushback from people who don't want to see increased density? And that was the context for that question. So I'm happy to put it aside for later, but just note for my colleagues that this is what's happening in my area. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I had one more question about developable land. You mentioned residential. Is it residential, or is it just any land is developable regardless of the residential?
We're looking at residentially land that is zoned for residential development.
Is that in the definition of development ready land, or in the definition of development land for this goal rulemaking?
Chair Halova, it is in the definition in statute, the definition of development ready land, that in order to be considered development ready, land must be annexed and zoned for residential development.
Because I spent a lot of time talking about development ready industrial and other land. So I'm like, this is interesting. Okay.
Thank you. So yeah, another key topic that we have been discussing with our TAC is partially vacant and redevelopable land. And based on the policy intent to create greater clarity and certainty for local governments and reduce analytical burden, we've drafted rules on how to best estimate capacity in these types of situations. And this is, again, in an attempt to reduce phantom capacity, which we know overestimates how much capacity a city can actually rely on to meet their housing need. Recently, we've been in conversations with staff at the state of Washington on their application of what is called a land market supply factor, which is used to discount some of that phantom capacity. And when applied, a land market supply factor estimates the percentage of buildable land that is unlikely to develop in the planning period. So this can help account for some situations where there may be local restrictions. This can also help reduce analytical burden because cities won't be required to do some sort of parcel by parcel analysis. They can just use the land market supply factor and based on the gross buildable acreage of partially vacant parcels. And so that's really the intent here, is to reduce that analytical burden for cities and create more clarity and certainty. We've shared this concept with the TAC first in May, and have been continuing to have conversations since then. And the TAC was supportive of staff exploring this idea. TAC members have also expressed a desire for a safe harbor for identifying and inventorying partially vacant land for larger cities. A safe harbor currently exists only for small cities. So that's something that we are continuing to explore in addition to the land market supply factor. In the context of redevelopable land, which is land that is likely to be converted into a more intensive housing use over the planning period, we are not proposing large amendments to rule at this time, but we are proposing to develop guidance directing cities to example methodologies, best practices, and resources to help them best estimate capacity. And then the last major topic that I'll be giving an update on today is land use efficiency measures. And we first shared a version 1 of draft rules with our TAC in May. Land use efficiency measures are the measures that a city takes in response to a land deficiency in their housing capacity analysis. And this is when a city would demonstrate that the need cannot be reasonably accommodated within their boundaries before doing a UGB amendment. And so while this is not a new concept, we've never actually defined it in rule before, which currently leads to a lot of confusion and uncertainty in terms of what should actually be counted as a land use efficiency measure. So that's something that we intend to clarify in rule. And in particular, making sure we're making that distinction between land use efficiency measures and other types of housing production strategy actions that don't directly reduce the land need or increase housing capacity. We're also proposing greater flexibility in terms of when land use efficiency measures may be adopted, knowing that cities who are subject to ONA are also going through maybe a parallel process of taking action in their housing production strategy. And so we want to do our make sure we are attempting to streamline that process as much as possible in order to minimize procedural redundancy. And then we're also seeking to clarify, similar to development ready land, we're aiming to clarify how sufficiency of land use efficiency measures should be measured. There's no current metric for this, which currently leads to a lot of uncertainty for cities when they are trying to demonstrate that they have taken enough land use efficiency measures. So we are intending to create a safe harbor for that. And TAC members have also raised that additional clarity is needed in terms of which land use efficiency measures quantifiably demonstrate that decrease in land need or increase in housing capacity. So that's something that we aim to address. So looking ahead to the next 3 months, we are planning to continue refining existing draft rules based on feedback and additional research, as well as continuing to develop rules on other topics within our scope that are listed here on the slide. In September, when we come back to you all, we'll provide an update on our rule writing process, as well as some of the outcomes of those ongoing policy discussions and some of the major considerations that we're trying to balance. I think, yeah, that concludes my update on the CowTAC. But before we keep going to the hog, I'm happy to stop here and see if there are any questions from the commission. Commissioner Warren.
Thank you, Jenna. I think this is super exciting. And of course, you're gaining my interest in specific things. So I would love to know more about the market supply factor. Like what are some of the, I guess, elements of determining that? So is it like slope? Does that play into the market supply factor? What are some of like the defining characters of that? Like, I'm assuming it's a number.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, Chair Halova, Commissioner Warren, thank you for the question. Uh, in addition to allowing cities to use a land market supply factor, we do currently have rule language around a safe harbor for what that number should be. And you're right, we are thinking it is a numerical percentage. And so the current draft rules on the table state that cities may use a land market supply factor of 10% for partially vacant land. And just the thinking there that it's safe to assume that 1 out of every 10 partially vacant parcels is unlikely to develop and that could be due to a variety of reasons, including that if a city is doing a parcel by parcel analysis, you can see, oh, the land is not really contiguous. And so therefore it's probably not going to develop and shouldn't be counted as part of our capacity. By using the land market supply factor, a city would not have to do that parcel by parcel analysis.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Yes, Commissioner Warren.
Does that bring into account any like current market factors like building material costs? So is that 10% expected to change at all as the economy changes?
Great question, Commissioner Warren. At this point, our rules just have that flat 10%. However, a city could propose a different percentage, given that that is an optional safe harbor. And as long as they show their work, they could potentially include information, various market factors, cost of materials, for example. So as long as they are showing their work, that that could support their argument for a different percentage.
And then would that particular determination be appealable?
Great question, Chair Halova, Commissioner Warren. That is something that we're aiming to develop further in guidance. That said, we're still in the draft rule writing process, so we're happy to take any comments or feedback from Commission as well as we are continuing to go back for further refinement. Ethan?
Yeah, Chair, if I could respond to that, I think that's the question, and that's kind of the trade-off or the benefit of a safe harbor approach. Of if it is a safe harbor, you could set the line and say, if you assume this amount, 10%, for example, then you've achieved the safe harbor, and that is you're protected from appeal on those grounds. But if a jurisdiction says, okay, I'm also seeing my ability to make my own case, then that is a risk, a legal risk that the city would be taking on. Yes.
It seems like this is you have to think of a slightly long-term look, right? When picking this, because all the housing production strategies that is going to change some of those base assumptions. So I'm just making it up that it feels like one wants to be responsive to the daily market situation, but we are literally changing the daily market situation by the things we're doing. So just a thought, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. First, an observation about the Goal 14, the urbanization, the CalTech work. It's to me, it seems like a lot of the work that's being done, and this was sort of the first time this sort of came to me because we've been so mired in the weeds, is that a lot of the work that's being done is to clean up and really make more efficient the Goal 10 processes, right? That these are all questions that have arisen over the last 50 years in the urbanization process. And I think it's great that we're taking this moment to kind of package this all up and say, yeah, let's answer all these questions that have been swirling around and make these more efficient. And then, and I think that's kind of what's been asked of us. So in that highest overview, it finally came to me that's what's happening on the Goal 14 side. Does that sound reasonable, Jenna and Ethan, as an assumption about the work that's being done on Goal 14?
Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lazo. Yeah, I think it is accurate. And Ethan, I'd welcome you to jump in. I think we are looking at refining existing rules, some of the and solving for some of those key problems that you called out, which is that we know there's a lot of uncertainty. We know there's a lack of clarity, and that leads to a lot of legal risk, appeal risk. There's also a lot of analytical burden with if a city does choose to do a parcel by parcel analysis in their BLI. And so we want to make sure that we are being responsive to those concerns and those issues that we've been seeing. So absolutely.
Yeah, because if I could add, I think when you have conversations about the Goal 14 work, urbanization, UGBs, buildable lands inventory, the scope grows immensely very quickly because of what you're highlighting, Vice Chair. Of that conversation hasn't really been had in a comprehensive way, and this is an opportunity to have that conversation, or people use that opportunity to have that conversation in a more comprehensive way. We rely heavily on the rulemaking charge and the legislation that supports this rulemaking effort to try to tackle the things that we're directed and asked to tackle, but hold close or make note of those things that are good ideas but are outside of the scope of what the rulemaking charge might be directing us to do, or the legislation. But I mean, to Jenna's point, the definitely what we have been tasked to do is think through making things more clear, more certain in that connection of going from Goal 10 to Goal 14 work. And so that's really like the focus of what we're working on in the CalTax space.
Nice, thank you. Yeah, and I think a good example of that is addressing the whole phantom capacity issue, right? We hear that over and over from cities that say we can do our BLI, but there's a lot of phantom capacity in there that's affecting the numbers. So I think that's a great cleanup piece, which sort of leads me to one of the other pieces, the clarifying question around, Jenna, you lumped together the partially vacant and redevelopable land in those formulas, but they're two separate things, right? Isn't there sort of different calculations potentially for parcels that are partially vacant and ones that might redevelop, and particularly might redevelop at a different density? So is that something that cities have to pay attention to? It's not really one thing, is it?
Right. Vice Chair Lazo, yes. I did lump them together. Apologies. Partially vacant refers to land where there is existing development on it that could be further developed for more housing. Redevelopable refers to land that is developed but is likely to redevelop into, say, a more intensive housing use.
So there might be different calculations based on how development might occur, and somebody like Chair Holloway could tell us that those are two different animals, I would think, in the development world. Okay, great, thank you.
Commissioner Thompson.
This is so fascinating. It's so interesting. And the question, follow the money. I came to the coast as a homeowner in 1999 and was almost immediately involved in land use disputes, because there are people with a lot of money who are happy to spend all day long every day to constrain development by any means necessary. And so those, I would call them intermittent surges of urban density, are resisted in any way possible, including the increase in permanent residents. So you may be confining yourself to cities right now. I'm telling you, the impact has been and will continue to be at an accelerating level in every area, particularly of those tourism dependent areas that include not just the coast, but Bend and Wallowa County and places like that. So stay tuned for more details. It's excellent work. It's so exciting and interesting to attempt to apply reason, logic, and I would say even compassion, because we want people to be housed. How do we get there, given all of these vectors of interest? So thank you for the good work.
Thank you. And I was just sitting with this land, also everybody fixated on the land market supply factor. I think there's like two things. One is that there's that unlikely to develop over the plan period. That's like life, right? But the other one is something that I always talk about, and I just want to make sure to bring it in, and it probably doesn't come into this area, but it's how do you get vacant landowners to activate their land, period? In the sense of, I've always said we really need to talk to because a lot of times you talk to developers. Developers are excited and ready to develop. That's what they do. Landowners is a completely different thing. And I just want to make sure in all our processes that we're talking to landowners, getting a feel for like, you have this land, what would it take to develop it? So there's a whole unlocking of land that is separate. So I don't think the ability to lock or unlock land should be a factor in here, because that's like a psychological, right? That's like a totally different thing. But I think it's huge for getting density. And part of my experience comes from, I was a consultant many years ago to Prosper Portland, who was doing trying to get small landowners to come and be part of a cohort to essentially do that. Like, what would it take? And they assign consultants to different people, and I was on one of them, and it was just fascinating because at the end, all of them presented about like what they plan to do with their property, and I felt like the process led to a wrong conclusion, is what I would say. And so there is a whole element of education or interface with landowners that I don't know where this comes in, but I could imagine that being a housing production strategy literally is helping vacant landowners unlock the value of their land. So it's related, unrelated to that land market supply factor.
Yeah, Chair Loba, I think that's like a really good transition into this next portion of the presentation, because there's one idea of zoning to allow or letting it be so, like that development to actually happen. But there's another conversation to be had, which is promoting that, incentivizing that development. What actions are the cities taking to do both of those things? And that's what this program is intended to do, focus on both of those.
Let me get Commissioner Bennett and then Commissioner Warren.
I think probably Ethan's going to move into this, but one of the things that concerns me is cities kind of just randomly waiving SDCs. And I heard you loud and clear yesterday, Chair, on what it means to a developer, but I also worry that you could ultimately end up with a city that's already struggling for infrastructure funding and other funding, schools, et cetera, of down the road, we end up with a Rust Belt type of an outcome. And so I'm just, and maybe this isn't even in our purview, but it just strikes me that there should be some methodology whereby SDCs are waived so that long-term, it isn't that we have a inner city issue or just a citywide issue. So I guess, and that may have been just a reflection, Ethan, and no expectation. And thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Back to when your bullets said about I was planning for complete neighborhoods in newly added areas to urban growth boundaries. Can you talk more about that? Because this is a particular thing that I'm working on with the city of Eugene, and it's just love to know more, because I think it's really important for us to consider that we shouldn't just be building suburban sprawled neighborhoods. We should also be considering how those folks have access to goods and services. So can you talk a little bit about like what the TAC has talked about and what your thoughts are, please?
Absolutely. Commissioner Warren, and actually we are planning to talk about it at our TAC meeting next week. So we haven't had a conversation yet, other than the kind of exploratory conversations that we've had last year around complete neighborhoods. But I can share a little bit about some of the conversations we've had and the draft rules that we just sent out a CalTech packet actually yesterday. So a little bit of what's in there. And what when we talk about complete neighborhoods, we are talking about how to best support nearby residents with amenities or community assets such as neighborhood serving commercial and open space, knowing that situations on the goal of affirmatively furthering fair housing, which is part of our overall ONA goal, and ensuring that we are thinking about creating areas of opportunity and ensuring that residents have access to the things that they need within a close proximity of their home. So in thinking about urbanizable areas and areas being added to the UGB via UGB expansion or swap, these create opportunities for new complete neighborhoods, new areas of opportunity to develop. And so we really see that as like a key opportunity to ensure that we are affirmatively furthering fair housing in these areas. Again, creating areas of opportunity and ensuring an efficient use of land. So that way later down the line, maybe we don't have to do so many housing production strategies to retrofit and respond to a fair housing issue if we can kind of get ahead of the issue. So that's really the goal. And so some of the draft rules that we haven't yet discussed with our TAC, but we will next week, provide optional pathways for cities to add or designate land for neighborhood serving commercial, for example, in a residential or a UGB expansion. And so that provides an opportunity for services to be near residents in those future neighborhoods. But that's one of the ideas that we are developing in our draft rules.
And one last question, Commissioner Boyer.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm the only one who hasn't spoken yet. So
Oh,
I
that's
figured I'm really fascinated with the discussion theme of the publicly owned land and bringing them into the conversation, kind of follow through with your private landowners. But I'm intrigued with this, especially with the uncertainty of a federal funding right now, that some of these public entities might be ready to release some of their holdings. So I think that's a really interesting point that I will follow. Thanks.
Chair Luba, if I can move forward. All right. So moving into the other portion of the rulemaking that's taking place in 2025, which is related to housing actions. And this is the group that's advising DLCD is called the Housing Actions Work Group, or the HOG. So I wanted to bring this up, and you'll have to bear with me because I would like to read this this exact text. And the reason why is because this is the update to the rulemaking charge that Commission adopted and that we are using as our basis for kind of having these conversations throughout 2025. So that update to the rulemaking charge in 2024 was to develop a clear compliance pathway for local governments through the housing production strategy and housing acceleration programs, utilizing program design tools like safe harbors or minimum standards in furtherance of affirmatively furthering fair housing, increased housing production affordability and choice, and reliability in program outcomes for local governments. So when we think about what kind of needs cities are identifying, and then consequently what actions cities are taking to accommodate or meet those needs, that's really what we're thinking through, those potential compliance pathways to provide more clarity, certainty to local governments to achieve those particular outcomes as they've been defined, both in the statutory framework, the racial equity framework for decision making, and these policy objectives. I'm going to move through these really quick because I know that we're running maybe a little bit short on time, and I want to get to the punchline here, which is these policy objectives are kind of also guiding this work. When we think about identifying a key housing need or taking particular actions, it's in service of, some of these policy objectives: diversity of housing in high opportunity areas, streamlining, and capacity and resilience in housing in our communities. So this slide is somewhat complex, but it's important. And I also want to highlight kind of compliance pathways in a capital C, capital P manner here. the determination of which compliance pathway or which mixture of compliance pathways is yet to be determined in throughout the rest of this rulemaking process. So when we talk about, you know, what the actions might be or which version of a compliance pathway, I'll use the term compliance pathway as a placeholder for the thing that is yet to be determined of which compliance pathway we're actually going to land on. So in the spectrum of compliance pathways, they kind of start on the furthest most left column here, safe harbor. Those are kind of, you could describe those as the least prescriptive of compliance pathways. And then all the way on the right, you know, we move it into the most prescriptive kind of compliance pathway. So in a safe harbor, that's an optional thing that cities could take. A rebuttable presumption is we still have that option, but there's an additional option for local government to say, we see your option, we would actually like to do something different. And if we can prove that, then we can move forward. That we are going to rebut your presumption of a safe harbor state. Minimum standards are the kind of setting the floor, things that cities at least have to do, but they can go above and beyond. And a regulatory requirement is this is exactly the standard that a city might have to employ. So that is the kind of world or the universe of compliance pathways that the Housing Actions Work Group is considering in many different forms and formats. The first form and format is within the identification of need. That's through the contextualized housing need. And if we think about that goal 10 diagram, it's the furthest left side of that diagram, what cities are actually planning for. You might remember that the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis Program provides a housing production target and a needed housing allocation in income housing units and by income bracket. But it's really difficult for a local government to take actions based on the affordability of a particular unit. So they're doing this kind of translation of that need. They're contextualizing that need into housing types, characteristics, and locations. And one of the things that the 2024 technical advisory committees and through conversations was, well, how does a city do that? Like that translation can be difficult in some ways. And so when we think about compliance pathways, it's in service of providing more clarity to a local government to do that translation into these housing types, characteristics, and locations. For example, in housing types, there might be a compliance pathway, a safe harbor of sorts, or whatever form and format it might take to say, if a city has a housing type mix of this percentage of single unit detached and this percentage of middle housing and so on and so forth down the line, they've done enough. They've kind of, that is a pre-vetted housing type mix, and the city can move very quickly from out of that translation into the action selection phase of this work. The city could also, you know, if the compliance pathway is structured differently, we could say, no, the city must plan for this type of, or this housing type mix. That would be another compliance pathway under consideration. Again, those compliance pathways are yet to be determined. We'll have further discussions throughout the summer with our work group to kind of land on what those compliance pathways in the contextualized housing needs identification portion of this work actually are. There's an additional question then, the next question, obviously, which is, okay, you've identified your need. What actions are you going to take to meet that need? And there's also a compliance pathway question in the action selection process. And this is to your point earlier, Vice Chair Lazo, about how does the conversation that we're having in 2025 interplay with the rules, the base rules, as we call them, that the commission adopted in 2024. So this is a different, yet a different attempt at visualizing the kind of relationship between action selection in a local government and compliance pathways, which is kind of this concentric circle concept, which local governments have their obligation under the Goal 10 planning program to take actions that are necessary to respond to their identified housing need. That's a big question. Your needs are of a certain type and style, and you're taking many actions, not just land use actions or not just financial actions to meet those needs. in the compliance pathway framework for action selection, the state might provide a list of actions that are intended to meet specific identified housing needs from the contextualized housing need process. So for example, these might be to, an example of that is a city must choose from a short list of actions related to upzoning, for example. And they're kind of, choosing from that short list, or the state is saying you should take this exact action when it comes to upzoning to meet that identified housing need. But that doesn't, those compliance pathways don't remove or eliminate or fully address the general obligation that local governments have to take actions necessary to meet their entire identified housing need. Does that concept make sense?
That's a question related to that. Would the compliance pathway include non-zoning related? Because zoning, we have regulatory impediments, financial incentives, financial resources, tax exempt and abatement, land acquisition, lease and partnerships. And I'm concerned, by the way you said it,
Right.
that the compliance pathway would only be zoning when that's just like we mentioned, a piece, just a small piece.
Chair Lova, so I can answer your question in two ways, and I think your end outcome is kind of resolved, or at least I've got a good answer for you. So compliance pathways at this point in time, as we're considering them, are only limited to land use and zoning actions. So in identifying those compliance pathways, safe harbors, and minimum requirements, it would only be focused on zoning or minimum lot size or whatever the case may be. However, that obligation of the local government still exists. The base rules still necessitate the local government from taking not just land use actions in their housing production strategy. So when we talk about a compliance pathway or a clear kind of lily padding through these action selections, yes, it is narrowed to land use and zoning actions, but the local government will still have to take other non-land use and zoning actions to fulfill their housing needs. So here's this is a great transition again. So here's an example of some of those compliance land use actions that we're considering. Again, the actual compliance pathway itself, the mechanism, whether it's a safe harbor or a minimum requirement or those kind of things, is yet to be determined. But here are the kinds of actions that we're considering in terms of what might be on that kind of state provided list of actions. But this, I would also say that this is in a way not comprehensive, but also we may not have compliance actions for all of these things. Like that conversation is yet to unfold.
And is the idea that it would be like, pretend this was the list. You need to do all of these, or
good
would
question.
it be, you need to do 5 of these?
That's a good question. And that's a question that we're entertaining with the work group is, should, and it could be a mixture. It could be, I'm just making things up, where a city, taking minimum densities, for example, a city must have a particular minimum density. And then even throughout that process, for example, let's use a different one for the housing type mix. Maybe that's a safe harbor. And so this kind of, it's not one compliance pathway for all of them. It could be kind of mix and match. And another thing for consideration is maybe there's a short list of things. You choose one from the short list and you can choose 3 from a longer list, or the option is yours from there. So
That's
those,
that's good. That's great. Thank you. You mentioned something about the almost like let's see if I can say this. The housing characteristics, what was the name of it, or types or something?
Yep.
As a proxy for affordability, which seems like you can sort of say that could work. Is that what it's doing? Because I'll give an example. You can have a 5,000 square foot townhome that's $5 million, or on a footprint the same as a $350,000 1,000 square foot townhome on the same property. So I was just curious on the mix and the type. If you said certain missing middle, I think a lot of times it can be a proxy here in Oregon, but you look at Boston, you look at other cities, it's not. So Yeah, I was curious about that.
Yeah, I think Chair Lovitz, a good question. I think when we think about in the context of compliance pathways, land use and zoning actions, but there's still the other obligation of the local government to think through, like what kind of affordable housing trust funds they might be able to bring to the table. So in the very narrowed look of compliance pathways, yes, that is a potential issue. But when we look broadly at what the cities are actually going to be putting in their housing production strategy, these compliance pathway land use actions are one of the things, but not the entirety.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. So in some key considerations, all of those that we had just talked about are key considerations, but also these three things in specific, which is the longevity and the necessity to kind of keep those compliance pathways up to date and fresh, right? If we're asking a local government to do this specific standard, what happens in the next housing production strategy? They've already done what we've asked them to do. So how do you structure it in a way that we're not constantly in front of commission asking you to update those minimum compliance standards or compliance standards themselves, compliance pathways themselves. So definitely a consideration. Also the level of detail. How do we craft a standard for Portland that's going to work for LeGrand and work for Ontario and Corvallis and all the jurisdictions that are subject to this? But then also another consideration is compliance pathways provide definite predictability, certainty in how cities proceed. But another huge element of this housing production strategy program, Goal 10 generally, is engagement with the community. And what do you do in the instances where the engagement, the feedback that you're hearing from that engagement and the predictability are at odds or in conflict or are difficult to navigate? So yet another set of considerations that we're trying to balance in setting forth these compliance pathways.
That's a question. If you decide to go the compliance pathway route as a city, and then let's say get feedback from the community like, this is not working out, can you bump yourself out of the compliance pathway and start going to the more flexible custom?
Yeah, Chair Lovitz, it's a good question. It kind of depends on how the compliance pathway is structured. In an instance where a compliance pathway lands on like a regulatory requirement side of the more prescriptive side of the equation, where local government has little flexibility on how they navigate that particular action itself, they probably aren't able to go outside of that. But there's still the kind of general obligation that the local government has to take other actions, not just these compliance pathways actions that might support, maybe you do this thing on upzoning through the compliance pathway, but you're doing this other more nuanced approach that kind of adds to that as part of your other housing production strategy
I'm
actions.
sure these questions are helpful for other commissioners. That's why I'm asking. The biggest question, this will help. Is everybody have to do this? You can choose your adventure, right? You can choose your compliance pathway adventure, or you can choose the kind of whatever's in place right now, I guess, adventure. Is that a true statement?
It depends. And I can answer specifically. So in a safe harbor sense, yes, that is true. If that's how the compliance pathway lands, a safe harbor city could, I don't know, upzone 25% of their land to be high density development or high density potential. The city could do that, or they could choose their own adventure. But if it's the city must rezone their 25% of their low density to high density, then there is no choose your adventure.
And it's a regulatory at that point, right?
Right.
In that spectrum of compliance pathway. Now we're at regulatory requirement world.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and that where we land on that spectrum is yet to be determined.
Commissioner Thompson.
Well, people get pretty head up about issues like this. I'm pretty sure you know that. And I'm thinking, okay, I'm remembering certain meetings that I've been part of. And we lose staff, it's hard to keep staff. It's hard to keep elected officials in situations of high conflict like this. So do we have any provision if we have a hard enough time hiring staff given housing costs. And if we up the level of challenge and difficulty that I want to say pain, that people have said to me, Leanne, that was a painful experience. And I believe that. And how do we respond to the lack of staff or elected capacity?
It's yet another dimension of that balancing, right? And those questions we hear often, or those concerns we hear often from in the work group setting of like, how do you expect us to do this? Or, could you provide an off ramp for that particular thing because of this reason? And that those are factors in this decision making process that staff and you all will be making at the end of this process.
Yeah, and I wanted to point out, I mean, it sounds convoluted right now because they're still working on it.
Right.
So it's like, it could be that, it could be that, it could be that, it's just for the audience listening. Not that it is that now because
Right.
they haven't figured it out yet. But I think that's the whole idea of all the things we're doing is to simplify, like make it clear, make it as simple as land use can be, and give guidance, to do as much upfront work. And so that it's just very presentable. But I just wanted to point out for the audience listening, it sounds cloudy because you're in the middle of figuring it out.
Yeah. And to that end of, how do you provide support to local governments? We've got this kind of, thinking through the opportunity that being at a state agency provides in terms of providing guidance and resources to local governments to actually engage in this work in a resource or staff person constrained environment or not. The guidance is still very valuable. And so that's how we get into this conversation of adoption ready actions. So in the sense of, hearing from folks on the advisory committee process that, okay, you're asking us to, really commit to these actions and in response to our housing need, could you provide something to us to help us navigate that question or identify, what actually you state feel like is going to be adequate in meeting that housing need? And so that's where this concept of adoption ready actions kind of comes up, which is generally used as resource for local government. So the state would do kind of the legwork of drafting, a series or a suite of actions that are identified as promising practices in meeting particular housing needs through this kind of lens of, is it effective? Is it durable? Is it generalizable? Is it valuable? And there are some adoption ready actions that the state could really take pretty much to the finish line, but there are also some where that kind of Mad Libs approach at the local government level is really going to be important, where you're kind of filling in the blanks, the really context sensitive and nuanced elements. And so we're kind of thinking through this level tiering of level one being really kind of very generalizable. We'll take some work to implement at the local government level up to level 3, which is really almost ready to go off the shelf. And so this is in that vein of guidance and support to local governments, knowing that the ask of them is potentially daunting when they think about what they're actually being asked to accomplish. So here's just an example of some of those. You'll see a lot of things in here as what are high impact actions that have that evidence has shown that they would result in really good housing outcomes, but are also very high effort and have cost associated with them and those kind of things. So the state is really kind of stepping into that role of like, we can get you some of the way there to these high impact actions. So I think we are close to time, but stopping here for questions and discussion. I believe we also have some public comment, Chair.
Think of what order, sorry. Comments, questions before? Okay. Let me get I do want to make a comment though about the thing that I want to make a comment about. I don't know if now's the time to make it. So just because there's nowhere else inserted in the agenda. So it was in the director's report and I was super excited, extremely excited. On page 17, 18, 19, 20. It was basically the housing production strategy categories were there and all of the different housing production strategies lists that different cities did. And I was super excited because I was very involved, and Ethan knows, with crowdsourcing those housing production strategies from anybody and everybody I knew. who's in the housing world. And I was personally super excited to find out, would anybody take up, so I was just doing like percentages, like, oh, out of the housing production strategies, 34% were zoning, versus financial resources were 8%. I find that data extremely interesting. And then also looking at the actual strategies and seeing how many, I don't know if it's it's multiple cities doing multiple strategies, but how many of them took up different parts of this. So I feel like all of us should just look at that, because it's what the cities are grabbing onto as this is going to help increase our housing production. There was some language on potentially new categories, which I had strong opinions on. So it's just like, I'm going to say it on the mic. Education. So when doing the list, I was really particular to like, this is a great idea, wonderful. However, it doesn't increase, I had a very strict metric. Does it increase housing units, period? And if it didn't, awesome idea, not going to be on the list. And so when it comes to education, super important, but it's not that direct correlation. So I didn't want to see a new category for that. And then shelters, I was really insistent that I was not going to put shelters, because that's not housing. It's really important. It should happen, but it just shouldn't be on a list about increasing housing production. And then climate mitigation resilience, love it. Think it's awesome. I also don't think it should be on the list, because I feel like the things on the list should be literally creating housing, and other things. These should exist. They should be things that cities do. I just don't think they should be on the list of categories of things. So I think the only one that I was like, was my favorite topic, which is infrastructure. And I was like, what bucket would I put that in? So that was the only one that I had wrestled with, Commissioner Warren.
I'm gonna do something and push back against you.
Okay.
I think education is a huge opportunity for housing production. And for me, that looks like educating the community about things they can actually do on their own property. Because what we hear a lot of times in local communities is, I didn't know I could build a duplex here. I didn't know that I could actually build an ADU. And I don't know how to do that. So I think there is an element of education that's really important for increasing our housing production. Does it get the kind of quantity that you're probably thinking about? Like, no. But I think once you start to break down some of those barriers for the folks to understanding the importance of producing housing and the options that they can actually do on their own land, I think that there's a great opportunity there.
And you could convince me, because I just made a whole argument about landowners. If it was education, it would have to be so specifically written that it's not, because that's, I think, some of the struggle that was written in here was like loose language about aspirations on housing versus here's an action that we could theoretically trace back to a housing unit being produced. So I would agree with you that if you could have an education that you say, we're doing this campaign, get all the small home, landowners, and let's educate them. And then, wow, all the 100 landowners we talked to suddenly have housing. That would be a housing production strategy. So I'll take it back.
And I think in some communities too, there is a lack of communication coming out from the local governments, right? It's not something that local governments necessarily done very well with over the years, is communicating like, what are the options? How do we get the community to kind of rally behind housing strategies that help to increase our housing production? And so I think there's an element of that I think is really important for getting the buy-in from the local electeds to be willing to take some risks that they may not have, or maybe take actions is a better word, that they may not have been willing to take in years past.
And there were at least 2 housing production strategies already in there that kind of goes toward that, which was the pro-housing agenda, basically. And I was happy to see that some cities adopted that housing production strategy, because to me, that's the basis of everything. So back to the question, we don't have to answer it, is does a whole new category get started for education? Are there enough sub things under education that it's a whole new category? Or if you had education, would it fit like into these already categories of education around zoning and code changes, education around regulatory implement, like there could be education in all of these categories. So it's more about the categorization than but it's a great strategy though.
Yeah, Chair, if I could chime in, I think one of the differences between the time when the menu was first created and what we're talking about now is the emphasis on housing production, but also the 2 other things, affordability and choice, particularly through the lens of affirmatively furthering fair housing choice. And some of those actions that are articulate, some of those categories really do get to that element of what cities' obligations are. And so things like education and, the consideration of location specifically in terms of like an environmental, justice kind of approach of like, what is somebody's access or proximity to these potential harms or these assets? And so that should be, we're trying to find a way to like weave that into the conversation in different ways. And one of those ways is like identifying that specifically as a suite or a category of actions to consider.
To me, it's great as long as it leads to housing production. I think that's the metric. And it was hard when it was crowdsourcing it, right? I had this list on the side where I was like, love it. Doesn't increase housing production. Some of them decreased housing production, but they were still good. Vice Chair Lazo.
Thanks, Chair. I know we're running behind, and I wasn't sure if we were going to do public comment first, but
Yes. Oh,
let's
you
go
can
right.
go ahead. You can go ahead.
Yeah. I just want to follow up on what you all were just discussing, what Ethan just said about those different actions that can take that can help increase not only housing production, remember, but also production, affordability, and choice. And so it's a three-legged stool that we're looking at in the program. And I think I'll never forget what one of our jurisdictional partners said in one of the RAC meetings. She talked about when they were putting together their original housing production strategy, that the consultant advised them not to include several pieces that were related to racial equity because they weren't required in the regulations or in the rules. And so what we find is that folks will follow the rules that we put in front of them so that they can get that work done. And so what it leads me to say is that if we limit those compliance pathways to just those land use and zoning pieces, we might miss the mark on meeting some of our other policy objectives. So I think we need to be careful about that framing. So I don't know if it's too far down the line for that, but I think it's an important point to think about. And I think the other piece of what I want to say around kind of commentary is, it'll be interesting to see where the rules land. This has been an update kind of generally of where things are headed and what's been happening. But we still don't have the actual rules in front of us. This is a really complex issue, as we've seen. There's all kinds of things moving around. And, I will say from having been in all the meetings for the most part that we are clearly clearing from jurisdictional partners, hearing from partners in the jurisdictions and other stakeholders about landing on the flexibility end of that compliance pathway spectrum, frankly. And so it'll be interesting to see where the rules land. And to me, it would be better if we had some markers along the way. And this is maybe a question for Ethan. I don't know if we're going to see markers along the way or if we're just going to get something in October and have that kind of 2 or 3 week period for us and for stakeholders to weigh in about where things land. Again, given its complexity, I'd love to find out if there are going to be markers along the way that at least the RAC and TAC members will see. I think that's probably not possible for the commission, but on the RAC and TAC side, is that part of the plan, Ethan?
Yeah, Chair Lova, Vice Chair Lazo. So the next time commission meets is days, 2 or 4 days before the rules are published, before the Secretary of State. So in September, we can have a more rule focused conversation. I think at that point we will still like to have some of those bigger policy questions that we'll be grappling with. But for the rulemaking advisory committees and technical advisories committees purpose, we're really looking at kind of August as the time period that we're having those conversations and doing those kind of first initial draft, well, not even initial drafts, but drafts, full comprehensive drafts of rules. The CATEC, Capacity and Urbanization Technical Advisory Committee, as Jenna has mentioned, has seen versions of drafts of rules already. So they're kind of already flexing that muscle of having conversations about, proposals and draft definitions and those kind of things. So it'll all kind of coalesce right in that late August time period. And then we'll, take some time in September to finalize those rules in October. And then even at that point, the conversation continues. The publication of the rules for the purposes of the public comment period is not the end of that refinement process. It is a major milestone, but we can continue to have those conversations with commission and others in that time.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate you all's work on this.
Yes, thank you. And Vice Chair, you're the liaison to this group. Yeah, so I wanted to point that out. We have three public testimony. One is in person, Brock Nation from Oregon Realtor, so he can come up. And then getting ready online would be Michael Anderson from Sightline and Mary Kyle McCurdy from 1,000 Friends. So if you are somebody who's trying to give testimony, but I did not name you, inform somebody. I don't know how that works online. Yes. 3 minutes. Everybody has 3 minutes.
Chair Lova, Vice Chair Lazo, members of the commission, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. For the record, my name is Brock Nation. I'm the policy director at Oregon Realtors. We represent roughly 18,000 members throughout the state who are principal brokers, real estate brokers, property managers, and other affiliated industry professionals. Until a little over 12 hours ago, I had a script written out for this testimony. And about 12 hours ago, I scrapped the entire thing. I have submitted testimony in writing, which does include the portion that I was going to give live here today. I encourage you to read it if you haven't already. I'll reference a couple of points on it. But right now, I'm just going to come up and kind of speak off the cuff here. If you could see me in the back, I was writing down talking points as we were going through these presentations. What I'm here to tell you is that what we are doing is not enough. And it's not close. What we did last year to help cities understand what they need to plan for, that can be beneficial. There are going to be some situations where it's overburdensome, but it can be beneficial in determining what you need to build. But as far as actually getting the production done, we are nowhere near where we need to be. We have the land market supply factor, that 10% safe harbor, and the background memo that we were provided by the department's consultants for that meeting. It noted how in Washington, where we've pulled this idea from, the range of the land supply market factor is anywhere between 7 and 37% for vacant land. And it's between 9 and 55% for partially vacant land. This land market safe harbor would only apply to partially vacant land, and it would be limited at 10%. It needs to add vacant land, it needs to triple for partially vacant land, and it needs to at least double for vacant land. Additionally, we have the implementation of Senate Bill 1129, which I will remind you was signed into law by the governor on May 27th. We received our meeting packet for its implementation on May 30th. I'm not saying that anyone didn't look at this before and maybe had something planned, but that is how quick the turnaround was. It has not been discussed with the RAC. It was not discussed with the RAC at the meeting immediately following the CowTac meeting where it was discussed. Similarly, the Rental Housing License Program, ARA, is simply bypassing the legislature. They considered House Bill 3877 this year, which covered the majority of, majority plus some of what that rental housing license program is. They chose not to advance it because they knew it was not going to get it done. Additionally, we have things with Senate Bill 79 that have tried to be incorporated here. Again, going around the legislature there with regards to fire areas and wildlife maps. If you map out all the wildlife areas that are considered here, you end up with about 3 pockets of land in the state that you can continue to have development on. And those 3 pockets of land are prime farmland through and through. Down at the southern coast, in the Willamette Valley near Metro, and up along the Columbia River, out as you're going east past Hood River there. In terms of education, Chair Holova, you're absolutely right. It does not lead to production here. The rental housing license program, for example, while there can be an education component there, it's touted primarily as a means to be able to fund inspection programs. There is already statutory requirements that landlords maintain their units in habitable condition. And if they're not in that condition, there is a remedy for tenants there.
I think you're at your time.
Sorry, can I just close with
Yes, one sentence. Thank you.
Yesterday, during the Division 44 update from staff, Matt and Cody used a very apt metaphor of riding a bike. And if you lean too far one way or the other, right, I think the words they used were, it's going to start to hurt. What I'm here to tell you is that what we are doing with this rulemaking, our land use system is leaning so far to goal 3 that everything else is getting hurt. We need to rebalance this. And I strongly encourage you to push this rulemaking further in a direction where we're actually going to start addressing the issue of land supply. Because we've
you.
done a lot for infill here, but we have not done anything to add new lands.
Thank you.
Happy to answer any questions.
Up next is Michael Anderson.
Thank
Online
you.
From Sightline. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Holova, Vice Chair Lazo, and the Commission. Michael Anderson from Sightline Institute. I've been a member of the Advisory Committee on the Accountability Program, the Acceleration Program from last year, and I'm a member of the HOG now. And I'm here to say mostly that I appreciate the direction of the rules. I'm here talking about a different part of the rules than Brock is commenting on, talking about the housing production strategy, the compliance pathways that Ethan spent a fair amount of time on today. We appreciate all the work that staff has put into them. I do, however, want to flag a big potential problem that we've been bringing up. We, the advocates and members of the HOG from various walks, have been bringing up repeatedly, and I want to flag it for you all too. So the point of ONA is to change local policy in ways under cities' control. Cities are not expected to snap their fingers and summon housing. They're not expected to change interest rates. They're not expected to change the state budget, but they are expected to take the actions that would, when all those circumstances align, actually get housing built. Most specifically, ONA aims at changing the policy of cities that are either over-promising, that is to say, saying things they'll do things and then not doing them, or under-delivering, that is, not setting very ambitious goals for what they want to do on those policy changes. ONA is trying to change those cities' policy, in the interest of the state at large, in the interest of every Oregonian. So we've heard a lot of talk about the good things that we want cities to do. That's great. We don't know exactly what they are going to be yet. As Ethan mentioned, all the choose your own adventure lists. I'm here to warn you today, though, that none of those good ideas, whatever they are, whatever those choose your own adventures may be, will matter if cities don't actually end up doing the thing. And the current draft rules do not include firm language saying, and then you have to do the thing. And we're really concerned about the acceleration program specifically. The cities that have been identified as either overpromising or under-delivering really need a very firm expectation in the rule that this needs to happen. We've put out some suggestions of what that language might look like, but this is so important to get housing built. It needs to go beyond any one governor. It needs to go beyond any one staff. This needs to be something that can endure in the rule, and the only way to do that is to actually put the language in the rule. So thank you very much. This is our main concern, again, is this piece of the acceleration program, the language around the acceleration program for those specific cities. We, again, applaud and welcome all the work that's being done on the strategies. Thanks.
Yeah. Can I ask a question of Ethan around doing the thing? How does HAPO interface with this?
Chair, thank you for the question. So HAPO does not interface with this portion of the work. So when we think about the housing acceleration program, that is, let me back up and say it a different way. When we think about the implementation of state housing laws, that is the domain of the Housing Accountability and Production Office. When we think about the local government's implementation of their housing production strategy, things related to their housing capacity analysis, that is the domain of kind of the housing division and ONA program generally. So and it's actually articulated in statute that is a distinct separation of the authority of those two offices. HAPO cannot institute or implement the housing acceleration program, and the housing division does not institute the compliance.
Say that again.
HAPO does not implement or institute the housing acceleration program. That is identified in statute.
But somebody from a city could complain about something to HAPO in relation to this.
That's right.
Okay.
The most likely venue through which that to take place is through the context of a specific development proposal.
Got it. Okay. Up next is Mary Kyle McCurdy, 1,000 Friends.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Mary Kyle McCurdy. I'm here representing 1,000 Friends of Oregon. I'm a member of the ONA-RAC as well as a Housing Actions Work Group and the Capacity and Urbanization TAC. We submitted written testimony on the HOG process together with Sightline a few days ago, and I'm going to highlight a few points from that written testimony, and Michael Anderson of Sightline has already addressed one of them. But first, I'd like to compliment the very hard work of your staff and consultants. They have been very responsive to all sorts of questions, held focused topic meetings, and are committed to an effective program that results in housing production for all Oregonians. I would like to also once again praise the concept of housing production strategies that Chair Holova just mentioned that she spearheaded, and I am really looking forward to these owner rules helping to further those for actual housing production. So to highlight a few points from our testimony about the HOG, 1000 Friends and Sightline have advocated for a program that is predictable. It must be clear to jurisdictions how they can meet state expectations, flexible to allow for locally tailored approaches, reduce the burden on local staff and DLCD reviewers, and be transparent so the public can meaningfully participate. And we believe the current direction of the housing production strategy compliance pathways meets those criteria. It offers a menu-based structure that allows jurisdictions to mix and match strategies from a curated menu based on their needs. And we believe that the tool of rebuttable presumptions that you saw in that slide from Ethan offers particular promise. In this, the rule would set a baseline tool or set of tools to meet a particular housing outcome, and a local government can rebut this by proposing an alternative method that it demonstrates will meet that outcome. This offers predictability, flexibility, and can reduce capacity burdens on local governments. But safe harbors, model ordinances, and other tools also offer promise. And as was described by staff, there may well be a mix that comes together in any particular city's housing production strategies. These tools are still being refined. And as we communicated to DLCD staff, we believe it's important that these refinements include clarity about how a local alternative to any of those will be evaluated by DLCD staff to ensure they are at least as effective as any of the tools in the pathways. We urge a commission to implement the compliance pathways tools and the other rules that will be before you this year as scheduled, and we will be refining them together over time. We need to move forward now with these very practical tools while also planning for their long-term evolution. Finally, as I mentioned, I'm also on the CowTAC. This process has been going smoothly, but as you saw in Jenna Hughes' presentation, we are just now getting into some meaty topics. So we anticipate providing you more feedback at your September meeting. But I'd like to call out at least one need mentioned by Ms. Hughes is the real need to clarify and integrate the efficiency measures requirement under Goal 14 and the housing production strategies under Goal 10. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I just wanted to point out there was one written testimony by Julia Metz at 1000 Friends in the online. Nice. This is a great topic. Really interesting. Funny enough, I didn't really know what the urbanization honestly was about until today, and I was like, oh, I understand what this is, and it's very linked to everything else. And so I'm excited to finally get that last piece of the puzzle understood. I think we're going to take a 15-minute break. So 10:15, we're going to come back. We're running behind schedule, but we might be able to make that up at the next agenda item. We'll see. So I will see you all at 10:15. Thank you.
Batteries are in. I don't like that one. We'll do that one.
No.
I don't remember if it said recording in progress. Did it say that? Okay. Okay, we're just setting up for our next agenda item. When I get the cue, we will start up. Okay. Welcome back. We're now going to hear from Gordon Howard on item number 10, the Benton County Voluntary Periodic Review Initiation. Gordon, feel free to introduce.
Thank you, Chair Holova and Commission. Gordon Howard, Community Services Division Manager. I'm very happy to bring this item before you today at our attempt to revive periodic review that we talked about a bit yesterday. And with me this morning are Patrick Wingard, our South Willamette Valley Regional Representative, and Petra Sheets, who is with Benton County, and will be presenting on their proposal. So, Patrick.
Thank you, Gordon. Good morning, Chair Holova, Vice Chair Lazo, and members of the Commission. Again, I'm Patrick Wingard. I'm your Southern Willamette Valley Regional Representative for the department. Voluntary periodic review is a streamlined option for local governments to consider using when contemplating major updates to a comprehensive plan. While Benton County is not required to undertake periodic review, the county has made a request of the Commission to initiate the voluntary process as authorized under OAR Chapter 660, Division 25. A multi-agency periodic review assistance team, or PRAT for short, will support the initiative. Benton County needs to update its comprehensive plan to reflect changing economic, climatic, and demographic conditions, as well as evolving community planning priorities. The updates will ensure the local plan remains consistent with state law. Please refer to Attachment A to learn more about Benton County's reasons to initiate voluntary periodic review. In sum, changes in housing, agriculture, and forestry, as well as natural hazards, drive the county's need to update its comprehensive plan. Periodic review falls under statewide planning goal 2, land use planning, a process goal. Periodic review procedures and standards contained in OAR Chapter 660, Division 25 ensures community engagement, land use analyses and inventories, and coordination coincide with comprehensive plan updates. That was a slide behind there. Give you a chance to look at the process. Commissioner Weiss has joined us. Welcome, Commissioner.
Thank you.
For the past year plus, Benton County officials have convened a series of Benton Believes public outreach meetings to identify change drivers, community engagement strategies, and comprehensive plan update priorities. Benton County has developed an inclusive community outreach and engagement plan specifically for its voluntary periodic review program.
I'm going back to the process diagram and taking us through it.
I was on the wrong slide there. You bet.
Oh, taking us through it.
Oh, yeah, you bet. Here's a look at the periodic review process. We're currently at the LCDC approval stage. Next steps include work program development and co-adoption and work task completions. The department anticipates awarding additional grant funding to Benton County for the 2025-27 biennium to continue to support this long-range planning initiative. For the past year plus, Benton County officials have convened a series of Benton Believes public outreach meetings to identify change drivers, community engagement strategies, and comprehensive plan update priorities. Benton County has developed an inclusive community outreach and engagement plan specifically for its voluntary periodic review program. Through the county's Benton Believes public engagement meeting series, community members elevated key change drivers such as natural disasters, climate change, and housing to be incorporated into the periodic review program and future comprehensive plan amendments. Relevant criteria for the commission are shown here. And the department recommends approval based on Benton County's justification to initiate voluntary periodic review as provided in attachment A. Now I will hand the floor to Benton County Interim Community Development Director Petra Sheets and Benton County Commissioner Nancy Weiss. Thank you very much.
I just talk. Yeah. Thank you for having me. I was mentioning to Director Bateman before this that I've been in Oregon land use planning for over 20 years, and I've never been before this body. So thank you very much. This is an exciting day for me. Yes. Thank you for this opportunity. We are very excited to move into the second phase of voluntary periodic review. We've done a lot of work in the last year and a half to work with the communities, unincorporated communities, as well as Corvallis, Philomath, Adair, and Monroe. And they are all highly motivated to work with us on an individualized and yet collaborative, comprehensive planning process. And so we've identified the themes that we would like to work on. And we are excited to move forward and really knock it out of the park. We have a very high expectations from our constituents in Benton County, and our intention is to meet those expectations with a lot of innovative and creative tools and approaches to this comprehensive planning process. So I'm hoping that you'll consider our request for some assistance in moving forward on this. You introduce yourself again for the record. Sorry, Petra Sheets, and I'm the Interim Community Development Director for Benton County.
Hi, Nancy Wise, Benton County Commissioner and Chair of the Board of Commissioners this year. Basically, Petra said it all, but I want to see the best version of Benton County possible. I love our community. They do have high expectations, but I know that we can rise to meet them. Things change and we need to keep up with the times. So thank you for your consideration.
Would we just proceed to questions or comments or?
Here's the suggested motion, an alternate motion, and now the floor is yours.
Any questions? Vice Chair Lazo.
Thank you, Chair. I had a question, I guess, Patrick or Gordon. So this is a periodic review of a comp plan update, correct? And so jurisdictions can update their comp plans, but they don't have to go through periodic review. They would submit it as a post-acknowledgement plan amendment. Am I thinking about the process right? And so what's the difference between that process and this voluntary periodic review? I think it's what Patrick said, that the voluntary periodic review process is a sort of more streamlined process. So am I getting all those things that I just said correct?
Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lazo, yes. The difference between updating your comprehensive plan under periodic review versus updating your comprehensive plan as a post-acknowledgement plan amendment or PAPA is the manner in which the application or amendment is reviewed. A post-acknowledgement plan amendment, an update to a comprehensive plan, like to the economic development element, the local decision is made, and we have an opportunity to provide comment or guidance, become an interested party in that. For the periodic review updates, the amendments come back to you. The work plan will be co-adopted by staff and the county commission. And as the county works through the periodic review work program and individual tasks are completed, those tasks, those deliverables will be brought to you for review and your approval.
And Chair Lazo, Vice Chair Lazo, Chair Holova, I would add that another factor in periodic review is that the department is much more involved in the process throughout, and actually other state agencies as well join the periodic review assistance team to work with local governments in a more collaborative way than if the local government goes it alone with a post-acknowledgement plan amendment. Really, the post-acknowledgement plan amendment process is meant to be for a more focused or look at one particular issue, say economic development or natural resources and stuff or something like that. And periodic review is intended to be a kind of a holistic look at the entire plan or most of the plan, and is frankly the way the state planning program was originally set up 50 years ago as how plans were going to be updated on a comprehensive methodology. And as we talked about yesterday, that's kind of fallen by the wayside, and we'd like to try to work with local governments to revive it and as a way to do their work.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Commissioner Bennett.
Chair, I think Gordon just summed it up totally. It's really exciting when a jurisdiction wants to take on, this is a heavy lift, and working with all of the aspects of their community. We need to encourage this, as Gordon mentioned yesterday, and I believe we're all aware, formally the legislature awarded funds and you were on a schedule for periodic review. And now it's a big lift, and it's a very exciting lift. That visioning process, that determination, that both the staff and the Board of Commissioners are willing to take this on. It's not totally painless, I can assure you, as having gone through one myself. But when you're completed, it's just really, it's really a document, a forward document. And whenever you're ready, Chair, I would love to make the motion on this one.
Write your name down. Commissioner Boyer.
Thank you. So I definitely believe there's adequate factual basis for this. But I'm curious, the first round of funding you got was for the visioning? Because I think I saw somewhere, and I can't find it right now, that you did receive some funding for 23-25.
Yes, we did. And that was for the public outreach strategy.
And then, so this is a 2-year grant. I'm just curious the amount. Do you guys know?
It was $50,000.
And you feel like you can do this in this 2-year cycle? Is that what this is? It'll be a 2-year process?
Chair Holova, Commissioner Boyer, the amount of the grant for 25-27 hasn't yet been determined. After July 1st, we open a process where local governments can apply for the grants. And we are very hopeful to give Benton County a grant. They are in competition with other jurisdictions around the state, but given the high priority we've placed on periodic review, I'm reasonably confident that we'll be able to provide Benton County some additional technical assistance in this coming biennium to continue their work.
Thank you.
Commissioner Thompson.
Okay, I'm not an unbiased observer. I see a panel of rock stars in front of me, and I am Commissioner Bennett beat me to it, so absolutely he gets to make the motion. But here's what I'd say. You are an inspiration. The caliber of the way you do your work in every regard, but particularly in this area, is both inspiring and I hope informative to the rest of us. So I hope that whatever investment you receive that the return on that investment for the rest of us will be to better inform and support our efforts in this regard, really for every item that's been on our agenda today and beyond that. So I'm happy to be in support. Thank you.
Commissioner Bennett, I don't know if your hand was raised from before. Okay. Exciting.
Chair, hello.
Yes, Deputy Director Green.
Thank you. Chair, hello. I just wanted to just check with Patrick on the on Commissioner Boyer's question about the timeline of the project. 2 years would be sounds really fast. So I'm not sure if we're expecting to finish in 2 years or what that would be. These are long processes. Yeah. Please, Patrick, if that's okay, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, Deputy Director Green. The periodic review is set up for under a 3-year timeline. So our grants run on a biennial cycle. The 2023-25 grant that was mentioned was to help kickstart the project, get a community engagement strategy in place to then move the ball forward into the actual development of the work program, work tasks. I think 3 years is probably what it's going to take. Petra, Director Schutz, I think in my experience, developing the work program, assembling the periodic review assistance team, I'll also mention that statute requires assistance and direction from the regional solutions team. So our place-based state agency collaborative will also give Benton County a hand and provide any guidance needed as we cross into DEQ, Department of State Land, and other areas of interest for the county. I think 3 years is probably a reasonable expectation. You may see individual work tasks come to you quicker than 3 years as they are completed and then sought for approval to then allow the county to incorporate those new amendments into their comprehensive plan. Does that answer it for you, Kirsten? Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I think for anything forward-looking, forward-thinking, community engaging, it's exciting process. So yeah, no, I'm into it. You know, you learn things, right? So it's an exciting time to be doing that, I think, with all the other things going on. So we have a suggested motion. I think we have a person nominating to give that motion.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
move the commission approve Benton County's request to commence periodic review and direct the department to send the county notice of commencement pursuant to OAR 660-025-00501 at a time mutually acceptable to the county and department.
Would anybody like to second that?
I would very much like to second it. Thank you.
So Commissioner Bennett makes the motion, Commissioner Thompson seconds it. I don't think there's further discussion unless someone has further discussion. And so with that, Denise, can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Bennett,
Aye.
Commissioner Boyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Porter. Commissioner Thompson.
Aye. I think she said aye because it went away.
Yeah.
She said aye. Okay, good.
Aye.
Vice Chair Lazo,
Aye.
Commissioner Warren,
Aye.
and Chair Halova.
Aye. And so with that, the motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yay. Look forward to hearing all about it. So next, we're going to hear from Deputy Director. Let's see what time it is here. Oh, we're doing well. We're doing well on time. Are we ready? Yeah. So should we come back at 10:45? Yeah. So we're going to take a break. It's just 10 minutes. We'll be back at 10:45.
This one cracks me up. This is something that somebody needs to look at. Definitely not IT. No. Yeah. So, okay. Thanks. Up, done. Ready for her. He doesn't need to take it as well.
It is version. Apparently, it goes from version 0.5. So I've just never seen it done that way. It's 9.9.1, 9.2, 9.3.
It'll probably go fast. It'll go up.
Yeah, that is.
So there's minor. So in SharePoint there are minor.
It's not. That's just dropped it there because it's saying that's not actually true.
It sucks because there's a difference and users actually there's an important difference between major. I don't know what you've been told to do. First off, let's back up. I don't know what you've been told to create training on. So and I have my own knowledge of SharePoint, especially DLC inside because it's SharePoint and how this stuff works. So I'm more cautious about the difference between point and it depends on how the library is. If you go through the inside, there are certain libraries that you have that don't have minor versions. All major. And how you create a major version is more involved than just editing a document. It's actually publishing the document. That's what you're creating. So I'm just trying to if this part of the screen that you're in right now.
Yes. I just saved it. So it's saved.
So when you check it in, I bet it's going to. Well, this library is configured. Why? We can.
You doing 24 H2 on there? You can do it. Yeah, that. for the training that hope to do.
Close to you rather than by the gooseneck, because you'll yank it off. Thank you.
Nice. Welcome back after the break to continue the June 2025 Land Conservation and Development Commission meeting. Next up, we're going to hear from Deputy Director Kirsten Green on item number 11, which is a joint meeting of the Local Officials Advisory Committee, LOAC.
Thank you, Chair. Vice Chair Lazo and members of the commission, Deputy Director Green here. I serve also as our agency's tribal liaison. We're so excited for this day and to have local official advisory committee leadership and members here with us in person. I'll let members introduce themselves. Chair Wise is here. We did have just a late RSVP from Vice Chair Bielostowski, Mayor of Westland, who came down ill this morning and wasn't able to come in person. But sends his regards. We'll watch for Judge Hampshire online to see if he joins us by phone, and we'll promote any other LOAC members that are able to come. As the conversation progresses, I might flip chart just a few key points because I have a feeling we're going to hear some common themes. So I'll slip over there and just be a scribe. But thank you everyone for coming. And I think the format is basically that LOAC members were going to introduce themselves. Obviously, they're all elected officials. They're one of LCDC's statutorily required advisory committees, and I've been so grateful to their patience for us. They've been reviewing all our rural advisory committee member charges, the interest that would serve,
the content of the charge before it comes to commission. And then as we develop draft rules, they review them first. And then as you have heard, staff brings guidance back from LOAC here. And sometimes LOAC members and the chair have even come and presented their presentations directly, their opinions directly. We thought that LOAC members, since this is roundtable, we thought that maybe LOAC members could describe kind of what some issues are for them in their cities or in their counties right now, what that got them into public service, why they were serving on LOAC, of all things they could do for their time, and maybe similarly for the commission, why the commissioners volunteer for this esteemed body. So just what brings you to this work, and I think in the process of the discussion, we will identify some common themes that might end up being reflected in the next bi-names policy agenda. Director Bateman, did you have anything you wanted to add at all? No, okay, thank you. All right, Chair Weitz, please.
Hello. Thank you for having us today. Much appreciated. I'm Nancy Wise, Chair of LOAC. And Kirsten, you said we are telling a little bit about why we serve. Okay. So I found out about this, I believe through staff, and was very excited initially and applied. And I had no idea if I was going to be chosen or not. So I was just tickled to death when I was chosen. I like land use. It's very interesting and nuanced. And I believe land use is a reflection of values, and values differ across communities and across the state. So it's something that's very, you can go down rabbit holes, you could spend a whole bunch of time, but it's something that's very important to us all. And having my perspective as a previous city councilor and a current county commissioner, I felt like I was able to be in a position to express challenges to you folks, and hopefully paint a picture of how decisions can affect us. Because I know from where most of you sit, you have different experiences than I do. And I mean, who better to represent the people that we're elected to represent? So thank you.
I'm Jennifer Ewer. Is that too close? I'm the county commission chair in Hood River County. And I guess many of the things that Chair Wise say completely apply to me. I really am appreciative that I live in a state that really pioneered having land use planning. I'm in agriculture, and I think without the land use system, certainly the agriculture where I am wouldn't still exist. I lived in the Bay Area before coming back here, and saw all of the places that used to grow food have subdivisions named after those trees. And so I watched that happen, and I came back partly because Oregon was trying to do something about that. But it's way bigger than that. Now we're facing all sorts of housing issues, and just like the rest of the country, we have housing issues which we need to deal with here in Oregon, and we can do it through this land use system. And so I'm glad to be part of that.
Well, good morning. My name is Joe Benetti. I'm the mayor of Coos Bay. I have served on the city council, and then in 2000, I ran for mayor and stepped down after 2006. And I thought it was time to get away. In 2016, I felt it was necessary to come back. I don't know, bad pennies come back, and here I am. But there's some needs and things that need to be done, in my opinion. And so one of them being expanding our EGB and also our housing stock, which we just never had enough of. But I didn't want to get involved. We had the planning commission, and getting involved in land use and the regulations is just something as I didn't really want to get involved. as it was mentioned, you could go down a rabbit hole, and I saw that, and I really try to avoid it. But we had a housing needs analysis done, and it said we had enough buildable lands, and myself and the other counselors just felt that wasn't accurate. So at that time, I felt I needed to get more involved and really understand the process. And so LOC had put out some information about LOAC being available. And so I went ahead and applied, and I didn't know if I would be accepted or not. And I was, and so I'm glad. And so I'm learning about these different processes and trying to work through them. So I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Elizabeth Adams, Astoria City Council. I ran for city council on housing. I looked at our current city council and saw a lot of lack of representation for people like me, single moms, small business owners. I'm currently a renter, previously a homeowner in the past, but currently a renter. We just hit that 10,000 mark in Astoria. So I started kind of really seeking out additional ways to contribute to the city council, and specifically the ward I represent, Astoria, and reached out, became a part of this commission, and quite lucky to be able to be on this commission to take back the information and be able to represent rural Astoria. Even though we are at that 10,000 mark, we're little, but we're not big, but we're not big, but we're not little, we're not medium. We're very, very, we haven't really fluctuated much in our population, though it feels like we have significantly outgrown our oldest settlement west of the Rockies. I couldn't think of a more important place to have land use represented. The end of the Oregon Trail, the kind of coolest new spot, outer Portland is what people are calling it. So I'm really fortunate and grateful to be on this commission, to be able to take this information, particularly around housing and the struggles that we're having in the relation to the unhoused as well. So choosing the right type of housing, getting our rural information represented through this commission, and just want to make decisions at that city level. Thank you. Is there anybody online that? Okay. Nice. You don't have a mic. I know you had, did you want us to go through? Okay. And so the question was, how did we get involved in land? Why, not how, why? Can I start with the folks online? Are you ready? The question is, why did we get involved in serving on this Land Conservation and Development Commission? Maybe I'll start with Vice Chair Lazo.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm Alan Lazo. I use he, him pronouns. I'm the Vice Chair of the Commission, and I have been appointed from the Portland metropolitan area where I live. I got involved in the Land Conservation and Development Commission through one of the rulemaking advisory committees. This work wasn't really on my radar. I was working with a nonprofit in Portland that focused on fair housing and civil rights, and had the opportunity to serve on one of the earlier housing rulemaking committees, and was really impressed with the process that the RACs were involved in helping to balance public policy, frankly. And I think those RACs play an important role in the work that we do. And and from that got involved with the commission and really focused right now on all the housing work that's been going on over now the last 5 or 6 years. And so, and will continue, as an important piece of what the department does. So that's kind of where I got involved in, but it's spread out, much beyond the housing work. The department is responsible for so many areas. It's been really fascinating to get involved in so many different areas that the department's involved in, and with all the different goals. So appreciate the opportunity to connect with you all.
Thanks. Commissioner Porter?
Thank you, Chair. Mine was an interesting path of getting on the LCDC as well. I had run for and got on city council in Roseburg, with the main topic that I was kind of looking toward was the housing and the homeless situation that we have. And then I've also worked, fairly closely with varied interest groups, including, a lot of agricultural producers, work quite a bit with farmers, and seeing the serious competing interests, where we need to find a balance between agricultural, lands and livelihoods and housing. And then, a woman associated with the League of Oregon Cities called me. She says, "Hey, would you be interested in participating on the LCDC?" And I said, "Absolutely." So here I am.
Okay. Commissioner Bennett.
Morning. I'm the liaison to the work group, or to the committee, and I guess I came from, as the vice chair had mentioned, from California. We had lots of ranch land down there, and now it has multi-million-dollar houses where we used to have cattle. So I was really concerned. Oddly, my path was, I worked for the two different governors in California, retired from there, came to Oregon, worked actually as the captain for law enforcement for the Baker County Sheriff's Office. The sheriff lost, and the new sheriff was a deputy I had fired. And so the Board of Commissioners said, "Hey, would you be the planning director?" Which I said, "Well, unemployment planning director, that sounds okay." I was planning director for about 12 years, and interim county administrator, interim city administrators, and then I became a 3-term commissioner. And then when I retired, I was the chair of the State Wildfire Advisory Policy Council. My term was up, and Director Bateman called me and said Nick Lelak was going to need to step down or complete his term, and would I be interested in representing Eastern and Central Oregon? And here I am. I have lots of experience sitting in the chairs that you folks do, and so I can understand and have a great empathy and an excitement to participate. And please text, email, call me whenever. I'm your liaison to the commission, and I'd be glad to carry your points forward, and or at least give you my observation of what's happening.
You, Commissioner Boyer.
Good morning. Thanks everybody for making the trek to be with us today. Appreciate it. I'm Barbara Boyer, and I represent the Northern Willamette Valley. I am a farmer, and I became interested in land use when I was I am an elected official on the Soil and Water Conservation District Board, and we get all land use applications to comment on. So I got very interested in it, and then I was on my first rack, and it was a solar rack for the Willamette Valley. It was a really interesting experience, and that was my first introduction to this body. Let's see, the past director, Rue, asked me if I would apply, and so I did apply, and I'm really thrilled to be doing this work with my colleagues. So thank you.
Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you. It's an interesting question. I see myself as a teacher and leader and healer, as a poet operating as a politician. So I'm listening to the voice of God in my ear, or persistent hallucinations. But, I think we should have fun when we do this, right? So I make jokes. At one point I said, are we a wonder of wonks? Because what we deal with are data that reflect the realities of the soil, of the water, of the air, of the people, every place all over Oregon. What we're doing is our best to listen to you and everybody, because the decisions we make, the policies we implement, have such profound impact, and not always with the consequences we intend. So the really overriding skill I see that I think we bring, and I trust you bring, because I know most of you. You listen extraordinarily well to everybody who has something to say about any issue. And I think that's what we do here. And then we use everything we have in terms of our skills to come to the best possible solutions. So this is the coolest place in town, as far as I'm concerned. I'm so happy to see you all here in person. Thank you for coming.
Warren, sorry.
Stuart Warren. I represent Southern Willamette Valley. My story is long, so I'll try to spare too many details, but I grew up in rural Southern Oregon outside of Ashland on EFU land, son of a home builder. So I've had planning acronyms as part of my vocabulary for a very long time. I'm also part of a family who's believed in public service for a very long time. I have an uncle who's been mayor of Ashland and senator of Oregon. And so I ran for city council in Phoenix, Oregon, and was surprised to be elected, and did my 4 years on that body, and was smoothed by late director Jim Rue to join the commission. And he was very good at that. And so here I am, and I've fallen in love with land use planning and Oregon's land use system since then, and to the point where I became a practicing planner. And I still am on the commission.
So Anya Halova, and we're all telling like this very specific version ourselves, so it's like very fascinating. So I have a master's in city planning from MIT, and when I was there, I did research as a part of a research team, and my part of that research team was on agricultural preservation. And so the first time I actually came to Pacific Northwest was actually to go to Skagit County to do a case study up there. So that was the first time I went to this region. And so fast forward, I'm a real estate developer, and I had a project that was being opposed in student housing project that was being opposed in Corvallis, and got in the weeds about the land use system as a result of that, and needed housing and goal one, and ended up learning a lot, which got me motivated. And I served on the board of 1,000 Friends for some years, specifically thinking about, so my interest in agricultural preservation actually comes not from a scenic or conservation lens. It comes from a national security, food security, and economic development part of that. And so really, when I was on the board of 1,000 Friends, I was part of a group that was really trying to think about how to think of that urban part of that, not just the rural part. Like, how do we densify? How do we create more complete communities? So I'm a real estate developer, was doing a lot of housing, and essentially Director Rue approached me almost 8 years ago and said, I think this commission is going to be doing something about housing. And we need somebody who knows something about housing. So that's what got me interested in coming. A lot of people see me from that development housing lens, not realizing that my interests actually come from originated in ag preservation. I forgot to mention my undergrad is from the Department of Agricultural Engineering at Cornell. So I have had a long interest in food security and food supply, but do housing and real estate development for a living. Yeah. They're all connected, I guess is the point.
I wonder if Chairwise and members of the commission and LOAC, this really is your meeting, so I don't need to be in the middle of it. But I know that one of the things we contemplated at our previous LOAC meetings when we were prepping for this, or what are some of the challenges that local governments face right now? So if you don't mind just kind of free sharing what's on deck, what's bothering you, bothering your councils and commission, what looking forward might be coming up. We know about Benton County a little bit from a land use perspective, but there's a lot else. Is anyone would like to begin?
Sure, I'll just briefly say we are struggling, like much of Oregon, with housing. And yes, you all did already hear about our voluntary periodic review. Along with the housing struggles, we have homelessness and mental health struggles. Benton County is pleased. We are beyond excited to be opening the doors of our new mental health crisis center. If you're going to be in Corvallis tomorrow, we have an open house from 9 a.m. to noon to highlight what it's going to look like on the inside and the flow. And then the doors will open for walk-in crisis services as of July 7th. This is, from my understanding, the first in the nation in the sense that it has stabilizing chairs where folks can come and stabilize for up to 23 hours. And then as time goes on, we're doing a phased approach to start it. We will have beds upstairs for people to stabilize for up to 29 days. So having both of those services, plus our regular behavioral health and mental health services is going to be just huge for our community.
I really appreciate getting to follow Chair Wise because she lays out one of the main problems that we have in all of our communities. And so absolutely everything that she's talking about is clearly also an issue in our community. And we are dealing with obviously a housing issue. I guess I didn't mention that I'd been on the Planning Commission for a few years before coming here. And after hearing Chair Halava talk about how she got interested in land use, I also was studying economics in college, and I took some classes in what was called the Food Research Institute because I had exactly the same concerns about the food system in the United States, and not just the local system, but the actual food security system to all of this. And I'll bore you for just a second about my community. So Hood River County has 13,000 acres of farmland that is mostly tree fruits. That food goes all over the United States. It's a third of the pears grown in the United States, and it takes about 30 acres to meet the demand for pears. And realize this isn't about pears. This is about each commodity in Oregon. So each commodity in Oregon grows in a certain place. And the reason we grow pears in Hood River, again, I'm not saying this just about pears. This applies to whatever your community has. And in our case, we grow something that's very difficult to grow anywhere else. That's why there's only two or three places in the United States where they're grown. But the point is that that fruit goes into the United States, all over the United States, all winter long, when almost nothing is coming from the United States that's a fruit. So when you go to the grocery store in the wintertime, apples, pears, citrus, those for the most part come from the United States. And I believe, as Chair Halava, that this is a national security issue. If you think it's been fun depending on the Middle East for oil, wait until we depend on other countries for our food. And 60% of our fruit is imported and 40% of our vegetables. So in the infinite scheme of things, I believe that we're part of that system. And so to focus down on our community, we happen to be a place where agriculture competes with tourism, and we have agriculture competing with general growth in many places, and we have tourism competing with other things in some communities. But we have a community where we have agriculture and tourism competing with each other. And so what tends to be displaced is not just housing, but agriculture stands to be displaced. So I will stop telling you about all that. We are working on an unincorporated rural community, setting our boundaries around two of them. We did the small community of Parkdale. We're working on Odell. We're working on how much EFU land to bring into that unincorporated boundary. And so all of those questions, there's people that want us to densify. Everybody needs housing. There are people that don't want to bring in more EFU land. So the commission is wrestling with all of that. And I guess I've said enough. So what we're really affected with right now is this setting unincorporated rural communities, the push between agriculture and tourism and housing. And so all of the decisions that are being made right now around
venues and farm stands are also hugely important in my community because Hood River County has a great many of those, and it's really changed our community quite a bit. So all of those things are really important, and thank you for wrestling with them.
Do you mind expanding on the unincorporated comment?
Oh, it has to do with urbanization. And so I'm going to admit that I'm no more of a specialist than you are. But without setting these boundaries around our communities, we're unable to develop inside of them because of the urbanization requirement. And so both of these communities had sort of unofficial, official boundaries around them. And in the case of Parkdale, we pretty much adopted that because there were some limitations on the sewage capacity. The community of Odell is larger and it has more capacity. And so the opportunity to increase the boundary from what it traditionally was as we set it in stone so that we can do the urbanization and grow some more housing has had more options. Does that make sense?
It was earlier topic. It's related to an earlier topic. So I just wanted to hear more about the time.
Okay.
It's new for me.
Just to clarify, you're not actually creating new cities, right? These are going to remain unincorporated communities,
Right.
or are you going to incorporate them?
Right. So Hood River and the Cascade Locks are the two incorporated cities in our county. And so Hood River's urban growth boundary is a decision pretty much of the city. And we're wrestling with that. We're wrestling with annexation. We're wrestling with, but the good news is we do have I think it's 120 or 160 unit affordable housing that's going in Mariposa Village, which is really exciting because we desperately need that. But the two smaller communities are not incorporated. So if they were to incorporate in the future, they could do, I think, more growing. If they decide to do, I've not heard that in either of those communities people want to incorporate. Thank you.
Vice Chair Lazo.
Thank you, Chair. I'm curious about the piece you talked about with regard to venues and agritourism in your community. You know, I think Hood River County is probably one of those places that has a lot of those kinds of either existing or opportunities for that. And there is some rulemaking going on around that right now. Can you talk about whether or not you think the growth of those industries has been positive for your community overall and for the ag community, or is it causing issues with the community in general and the ag community specifically?
Well, I think that overall, the end result, moving from the big picture to the little picture, I think the end result has been that we now have agricultural land that's going to be unaffordable for the next generation, in simple terms. So when you take a piece of property that was purchased for agricultural prices and then allow commercial uses of it, which is different than how it used to be at the beginning of the land use system, what happens eventually is, or if a large house is built on that piece of property and it's attached to some farmland, that farmland becomes unaffordable to anybody who's trying to make a living doing the kind of agriculture that the 13,000 acres in Hood River does, which is not as much a niche thing as it is providing. We have 3 large packing houses, which depend on huge volume in order to keep the packing charges down so that we can send fruit all over the United States to urban areas all winter. So that's a little different than some of the other goals people have for farming. So if you have a venue and it's part of a farm, then if you've got an expensive venue, then if you decide to sell that expensive venue, whoever buys that is going to have to pay commercial prices for it. So one of the issues with that is that if I were a restaurant in a small town, originally in land use in Oregon, we were trying to protect these small towns
and protect the businesses in them from competing with other places where the land was cheaper. So if you have to pay commercial prices to buy a restaurant in a small town and you're competing with a place that's paid agricultural prices for it, that seems a bit unfair. That's one of the issues. Another issue is that if a new generation of people wants to get into farming, then they have to pay for that venue or that mansion in order to get a little bit of farmland. And so while it's hard to argue that people say, well, if I could have a venue, I could make more money, that is true. And once upon a time, those farm stands were mostly selling fruit, and there was a finite demand for fruit. So the demand for fruit seemed to be, you could have maybe 5 or 6, whatever the number was, farm stands. And when more farm stands started up, there was competition. And because the actual demand for fruit, fresh fruit that people come for, was an actual finite number, it limited the number of farm stands. And now that there seems to be no limit to what one can sell in a farm stand, there's no limit to how many farm stands there can be. And so if I were a restaurant owner in a small town, I would not be happy about competing on this unfair playing field. If I were the next generation wanting to get into farming and have any chance of paying it off actually farming and growing food, I would be disappointed. Do you have any other questions?
No, that's fantastically informative. I had never really envisioned the economic impacts that it has as part of this discussion. So I really appreciate that, because I've been a city boy my whole life. So it's not something that enters my radar much, but I really appreciate that perspective.
Well, it's like anything, if you make something more valuable, it costs more. So for the person selling it, that probably seems like a good deal. But it just sort of depends on what we want in the future and who we want to be growing our food. And if we want a community that's dependent on, that really has a large commercial product growing there, what we want to have happen to that. I personally, and I'm here as a county chair, not as an orchardist. So I happen to be an orchardist, which is really beside the point. I'm talking about really the economic base of our county and how we want that to look and how you want it to look all over the state of Oregon. And people that want to do other things on their property, as long as it's a level playing field and as long as we're actually following the rules, that would be fair. I think one of the frustrations for people, I've talked to people that would like to do a farm stand, but the fact that they see all of the rules that aren't being followed and they know that, and they want to follow the rules, they're discouraged and they wish that there was maybe more money for enforcement. And of course, that's a whole nother can of worms. So, Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Chair. Interestingly, here, probably about 2 days ago, I got a call from a farmer in Southern Oregon that I've known for several years, and he's running a dairy operation and grows a lot of vegetables. He does have a farm stand, but he's worked over the years to try to bring young people in and give them an opportunity to start farming. And he's actually worked really hard at it. And I've met some of the young folks that he brings in that he allows them to farm a certain piece of land, and then they can make the money off the crops. Just trying to ensure that the younger generations coming in have some of that exposure and some of that opportunity. And he mentioned that there's some agricultural land down his way that's getting ready to go up for sale. And he says, Ellen, are there any options at all or any resources that you can think of that we can try to help keep these other properties in agricultural production at a basic level. you know, I told him I would do some serious noodling on that, and it's just so interesting that you know, you're bringing up some of the same issues, and I'd like to ask you, do you know of any resources or ways of you know, glomming on to some of the agricultural land that maybe hasn't been hasn't had you know, like a particular venue or something associated with it, to help, you know, access some of that land to keep it in production? Have you encountered any options or resources there on what you've done?
Land will sell for what you can do on it. So if you are allowed to have a commercial venue on it, then it will sell for the price of a commercial venue. So as long as having commercial venues and subdivisions and mansions as an option in the agricultural zone, that's what the land will sell for. So nowadays, if a piece of property comes up for sale, what is considered in the price isn't what's happening on it, it's what you could do. And so everything that you can do will be charged for, especially in a place that's very popular and has a lot of tourism. So it's not really relevant what's happening on that land now. What's relevant is what a person thinks that they could do on that land, and that's what it'll sell for. So it's pretty difficult for farmers. If they limit themselves to being farmers, it's pretty difficult to be able to afford land if they don't want to also be a commercial venue on EFU land.
Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I can't echo what was said enough. I did serve for a term on the Agricultural Heritage Commission, Commissioner Porter, and there are some funding streams. You might reach out to that. Nellie McAdams with Oregon Agricultural Trust has some options there. But I think that this is always one of the real tough spots for us as commissioners, because we need to balance housing and we need to balance where it's going. But then the farm stand issue, I can actually say one on myself. My wife and I were traveling actually this week, and I stopped at a farm stand and bought some stuff. And then when I got back in the car, she said, "Did you notice that they were pouring that out of a grocery store bag into the boxes?" So enforcement is certainly a requirement, because we seem to have a large escape. But I can't echo enough about the land prices for the next generation. Recently, I didn't mention, but we are ranchers in Eastern Oregon, both in multiple counties. And we had a couple that came to us, and they had all these bright ideas. They had a little bit of money. And at the end of the day, I told one of my friends, I said, if I gave them the ranch, they could not afford to operate it because it's just so expensive. Agriculture has moved into that direction. When you talk about equipment, capital, you talk about living expenses and competition. And we see in Eastern Oregon, to a great deal, is that absentee owners come, build a McMansion, and then drop in whenever and let the land go to weeds or whatever, and they may use it just as a getaway. It's a remnant of the 1900s in the eastern part of the United States, where the Vanderbilts and Rothschilds and others had these big old mansions, and we are losing this opportunity for our next generation.
Yeah, there are a lot of people that have worked in agriculture as laborers who are really smart and really wise, and they see how this is done, and they would make wonderful farmers. But because they know how to grow stuff, and how are they going to be able to afford to get into farming on their own? Yeah, it's difficult.
One thing that came to my mind in this conversation is there are organizations out there that it's land trust. So but it's like farmland trust. So I had an opportunity through Greenbelt Land Trust in Benton County to meet with an organization, and I cannot remember their names at this point, but this is outside of my wheelhouse, but it's a good mechanism to, number one, lower the price of being able to operate a farm. And number two, it preserves the farmland. So it might not be the ideal option for everybody, for every farmer, but it is a tool in the toolbox out there.
It absolutely is a tool in the toolbox. It doesn't take the place, though, of what the land use system does, because I can put myself in a trust, but I can't control what happens around me. And so if you end up in a trust, which I think is a great idea, and are surrounded, then you're really in a other interesting, difficult position. And so I give them all kinds of credit to the Oregon Agricultural Trust. They're doing great work, but it's not the only tool we have.
I was going to go to Commissioner Boyer and then to Mayor Benetti. Okay.
So something that comes to mind that sparks me in this conversation is, OAT is being brought up a lot. Land trust is being brought up a lot. And conservation easements are a way to actually, it peels away the layers of the value of the piece of property. So you can't sell it for a real expensive price either, because you peeled away like your development rights. You peel like the onion. It's kind of like, so you're peeling away some of the values.
Absolutely. That is absolutely true. And I give all kinds of credit to OAT. I mean, they're doing really good work. But to make a decision that you and whoever has your land in the future might end up an island if you're surrounded by pieces of property that didn't do that, and you can't then do any of the things the neighbor did, and you also can't farm, you can find yourself, part of the reason that we try and preserve these large pieces of agriculture is that it's pretty difficult to farm. It's far harder and harder to farm a small piece. And so we're trying to, each of us tries to get bigger, not because we enjoy being bigger, but because we need those economies of scale in order to stay in business. And as you probably know, Oregon is one of the most expensive places to do labor-intensive agriculture in the United States. The only 3 states that have the same costs for agricultural labor are California and Washington, and to some extent New York. And so we're competing mostly with fruit that comes in from other countries that doesn't have anything like the labor or environmental rules that we have in Oregon. And so And that's really why it's so impossible to stay in business in a labor intensive business in Oregon, along with the land values or the other 6 things I could tell you about. Thanks. But again, I'm not here I'll answer all your friends. I'm happy to talk as a farmer. As a commissioner, though, we have to balance all of this. This is one of those rabbit holes, but we have to balance all of this with the fact that we need more housing for these people, especially the people that have been working in agriculture in my community. And we absolutely have to have more affordable housing. And so there's a rub there too. I don't want to sound like there's only one side to this.
Okay. Nice. Thank you.
Let's see. Well, I think you had a meeting, I don't know how many months ago in our area, and I think you got a tour of it. So you see, we're pretty diverse, and I always want to be proud that Coos Bay is the largest city on the Oregon coast, even though Astoria is coming up, but obviously. But the issue that we have is housing. And so we don't have enough buildable lands, as I stated. And so we looked into our urban growth boundary, which was established sometime in the late 70s. We came about to find out when we went to enact that we had some issues that we had to deal with DLCD. Things happened and things need to be addressed, and DLCD has stepped up. They have helped us get a consultant involved and helped us fund part of it. It's just, how long is it going to take to get it done? At this point, it's the funding that's necessary, and to get it done through the bienniums with the DLCD is going to take 6 years, which is really a short period of time. We have multiple things going on. We have the Port of Coos Bay. We also have the airport that's a commercial airport, one of 6 in the state. And so the port's trying to do economic development. There's a good possibility that we're going to have a container facility there. If that container facility happens, it scares the heck out of me because as a mayor, we don't have enough housing as it is now. Our vacancy factor, depending on who you talk to, is 1% or 3%. Eco Northwest just did a housing analysis, did a analysis and said it was 3%. But either one puts us in a real bind. And so we're short now. And then if that comes on, it's a catastrophe. And I don't know what we're going to do about it. Then on top of it, you have, we have seafood, we still have timber. Tourism is a big item now that's in our area. So we're trying to balance all those things. And so growth is happening, and we just need to find a way to handle that growth. And just besides housing, we also got commercial properties that we're also dealing with. So anyway, those are the things that we're looking at and facing. So, and I appreciate the help with the LCD. They've been really helping to step up. They gave us another grant for housing, the site development that we're looking into by the hospital. We just had a meeting on Tuesday, as I mentioned. And so we're looking into that. And so anyway, thank you so much. So thanks. Any questions? I'll be glad to answer.
I was born in Coos Bay.
Oh, very good.
I grew up in a really strong union household. Coos Bay obviously had a very active port. My dad was a longshoreman, moved to Astoria, very active port. Astoria is the seat for Clatsop County. We are home of the 3F Fund. So the economic piece that is probably a similar piece to Coos Bay is really an important part of some of the issues that we're having. Balance the tourism economy and keep our recently had the shutdown of our Tongue Point Job Corps, which was we just recently had the shutdown of our Tongue Point Job Corps Center, which was it's in court now as far as whether it's going to continue, but just having that one small thing happen and the ripple effect that has on our economy and will have on our housing as well.
Could you say more about that so we know?
Yeah, so the Tongue Point Job Corps Center is the oldest and largest Tongue Point or Job Corps Center in the United States. Was recently shut down by the federal administration. So we're talking about workers, we're talking about students, we're talking about a unique, one-of-a-kind maritime academy that we have at that location. We're talking about welding programs, connections to the community college, the significant impact that the students bring to our local economy with the work that they do. And the importance, of course, of the opportunity for these students to learn trade skills. Astoria is very gritty. It's still a very working class town. And this Job Corps Center is an incredibly important part of the fabric of how our community works. Another challenge, obviously, housing. In relation to that, there was housing on site, not just for students, but also for some of the people who worked there and taught, some of the teachers and administrators who now don't have housing. Astoria is struggling with being the highest per capita for unhoused people, while being an incredibly expensive place to live. So we're really struggling with trying to figure out how to combat those issues. I know they're widespread across our state. Some other issues that we're struggling with is on a city council level, infrastructure, and really trying to come up with solutions and opportunities for financial ways to be creative around infrastructure. Obviously, being the oldest settlement west of the Rockies, we have infrastructure that is so incredibly old. We actually have our own dam. We own our own watershed. So we have a lot of issues and a lot of criticism being a new counselor of just seeing kind of the can get kicked down the road for a long time. And now we're at a place where we really have to get serious and do everything we can to get these infrastructure needs and challenges met. And then also a couple other issues, the Habitat for Conservation Plan and how that's going to affect our forests and our neighboring forests in Tillamook County, and how those funds contribute to our special districts and our economy and functioning of our local governments, and also the FEMA BIOP in relation to housing and expansion, and how those two plans will affect the way that we move forward with housing and a lot of our land use planning and economic goals.
I just want to follow up on the infrastructure that was mentioned. And, that's a real problem that we have also, and I'm sure other cities do. But for instance, we just did a 400 unit development that's going on. And to make that happen, we had to put a pump station in. We were trying to get the developer to do it, but it doesn't pencil out. So the city stepped up and went ahead with a $4 million pump station. And we got a grant a loan from Biz Oregon. We tried to get a grant from the state of Oregon. We're still waiting. We're in the Christmas tree bill. I don't know what our possibility of getting that is. There's $2 billion in ask, and I think 500 million that's going to be appropriated from my understanding. But this is a problem if we want more housing development. Without the infrastructure, we can't get the developers. Another thing, we don't have SCDs. We've been talking with developers, and that's a plus, but it also doesn't give us having the funding available to do some of this infrastructure that was mentioned. Just the grant that we got on the site development from DLCD is 16 acres. We just got an explanation about that. The thing is, it's going to take probably $3 million to $5 million in infrastructure to get this project going. So again, we're facing the situation of how do we develop this out without infrastructure? And it's hard for us to get the state to really recognize rural areas sometimes. It's easier, in urban areas, they seem to get the funding that's necessary to move forward. So anyway, it's just a huge issue that we're dealing with on a regular basis. So.
Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you. Well, this is so enlightening. I would wish that we had some format to include regular feedback from you, because I try and mention whatever I know, but I have limits. I'm going to sneeze too. The other thing is thinking about Astoria, the land that is, I would say, locked in private ownership with owners who are unwilling to consider development, I think plays a considerable part in the land inventory, because again, phantom capacity. So we talked earlier today about phantom capacity, which I think is maybe something that I wish LOAC could look at and respond to us. I'm guessing it happens specifically in areas that you could speak to, because it's a big piece of it, but the infrastructure is the second piece. So.
Thank you, Commissioner. Obviously, we're on the same team here at Clatsop County. I was tuned in this morning when I was driving over, and I appreciate the discussion and the questions that came from the commission about phantom capacity, and specifically around also the environment and slopes and slides. We have very unique environmental issues around how we're going to be able to develop land. One of them being the concern Commissioner Thompson said around having land that's not available, in the fact people don't want to let go of that land. They don't want to actually use that land for development. And then also Astoria, if you look at our landslide map, it looks like a very hot, glowing map. And you kind of try to look and you say, well, where hasn't there been a slide or a historic slide or a re-slide? There's people in Astoria who have homes that have new addresses because they've literally slid. So it's very challenging for environments like ours to consider what it looks like on paper and what the reality actually is for us. And what's safe and appropriate and available to actually develop on. So I appreciate that discussion this morning. I appreciate the staff as well, really putting a lot of thought into the way that some of this is going to be developed around those particular conditions. So thank you.
And the way I'm thinking, I mean, and I'm just saying this for everybody to hear, is when I think of phantom capacity, am I saying that right? I think of structural things like slopes and, things that are structural, that it's like in paper and theory, but when you actually put these metrics, it's not real. Not the feelings of landowners. I would not layer that in at all, because there's a whole generational shift of resources and money and land that are going to change, right? Pass it on to the next person, totally different mindset the next person might have, sell it, totally different mindset. And so I just wanted to make sure that we separate those two, because then it's a snapshot in time, which I don't think is, I don't know what the word I'm looking for is. However, to speak to that second point, the phantom, which I think there is a phantom capacity that we have to address, but to speak the other one, that's what we're talking about with all the things that we're doing, that changes the mindset of people who have land, like, oh, maybe I need to do something. And it's a carrots or sticks, right? Because it could be like, there's this like new tax on vacant land. Oh, that's like a stick. Or there's this opportunity to develop your parcel. I've always wanted to do that, but there was never any money to do it, right? So I just wanted to, for me and for everybody, I wanted to separate real phantom capacity from like the emotions of the landowner at that time.
Think you make very good points. So Kirsten, I heard a request for us to add that to a future agenda. Is that possible? Thank you so much. And I just really quick, I'll say I do see the phantom capacity and the different layers of it. I think there are instances where the mindset piece does have to be considered. For example, when I first came onto the Corvallis City Council, the city was just finishing up the urbanization study. We were adopting the BLI, the Buildable Lands Inventory, but we needed to designate 21 acres of high density residential. And in that process, we're on a deadline. It's like we have so long to do this. We did have to consider the mindset of folks with land to be rezoned, because if we rezone one landowner or two landowners, we check the box, but that's not going to actually get us what our community needs. So we went through a process and actually designated a far greater amount, which has actually worked well, I think. So it's definitely a balance.
Well, once again, I would like to say that Chair Wise has just explained exactly what I was maybe going to explain, but more cumbersomely. No, go first. Because first of all, thank you for the word. We have been discussing this, and there's all these sentences that go along with this, describing what is obviously phantom capacity. So that will help us in the future to discuss it. You're both absolutely right. In the long run, all of this will probably get developed, but we face the same thing in our community. We say, well, what if we bring in this many acres? Well, everybody knows perfectly well, it's a small place, it's a small community, it's a small town. Everybody knows which one isn't going to sell, certainly for this generation. And maybe it will, maybe people will change their minds. But people have actually, been kind of clear about whether or not they're going to do that in this particular place. And it's a small enough area that if it's, 20 or 50 acres or something, and we decide to bring it in the boundary, and everybody knows it won't be developed, and we say there's this much capacity, everybody really wants to know how much capacity and when. And so for us to be really honest about the amount of capacity that, how soon this might happen, we do have to consider that for the short run. That's all. But you're absolutely right. In the long run, things change for sure.
Commissioner Thompson.
Well, thank you. Folks get crosswise and get into, I'm not gonna, and you can't make me. I'm thinking about a particular road that we wanted to build. It was just a little bitty piece of road. We had to condemn that thing because they absolutely would not deal with us. And we don't want to get in that kind of relationship with the people that we live and work with, but it can happen. And you talked about enforcement. So there's enforcement, there's persuasion, there's education, there is that human factor that we're dealing with. So thank you for being elected officials, because that's what you deal with pretty much all day long, every day, as you do that job, as we do that job. So appreciate your situation.
Just one more item that I think needs to be brought up that we're all facing, especially on the coast, is FEMA buy-up. It's, we had a deadline and now we're in this gray area and now it's on hold. But
Tell us more about that.
Well,
everybody.
So FEMA came down with some rulings that they said we have to incorporate into our analysis. Someone can maybe help me with this, but we have to meet certain criteria. And what it's done so far, and our understanding is that a lot of our coastal areas are not buildable anymore because we can't meet the criteria because of FEMA buy-up. And so it will desperately hurt our economic development. I mean, we have to go back over 100-year floodplain, meet this certain criteria. It's thrown everyone into a tizzy, I guess, is the best way to put it, on how to deal with it, how not to deal with it. There's a lawsuit that's pending. It's on hold right now. DLCD, I don't know where they're at on it. I think that they're just kind of waiting to see how they have to deal with it, but it's going to be a problem and it will devastate us if we have to continue the way it is. So.
Does Councilor Adams want to add to that?
Add to that, FEMA gave us two options. They gave us these pick'ems and they said, it's this one or that one. And neither of them were desirable in any way. One of them being specific to each land use application, each building application, each permitting application on an individual basis. And then the second one was just basically to deny all and everything for till we had the final decision from FEMA.
Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. The idea is the FEMA flood maps were weaponized. They haven't been updated, but the lawsuit said, FEMA, if you don't enforce your flood maps on all of these coastal areas, there will be no FEMA protection in the event of catastrophic events. Well, that's pretty compelling, isn't it? Because we do want to have FEMA protection. Now we don't know if we'll have FEMA protection at all. So it's a very chaotic, uncertain time. But what we know is we were told you have a deadline, cities and counties. You will not be able to, it isn't just develop, you won't be able to do, I would call it GOMAR, that general ongoing maintenance and repair, any place within the FEMA flood map. And if you, if you can't replace a mailbox or gravel your driveway, housing, everything was stopped within that flood map. And again, if we're between the ocean and otherwise protected land, we're squeezed. Does that?
Yeah, it was like one of our businesses was going to put a roof on, or did put a roof on, but they had to go through this process, hire an engineer, go through this FEMA buy-up process, and it was quite expensive, and it will deter any development or existing development that we may have. Tillamook County, my understanding is all the county is under this problem. They're under the whole FEMA buy-up. For them to develop anything there is a problem.
Yeah. Commissioner Ware.
I was ready to switch topics.
Yeah.
If that's okay.
We didn't have another question that's lined up, Deputy Director. No, this is open. Okay.
So Director Bateman, in the intro, you had mentioned, I just want a little clarity, that these guys are reviewing our RAC process. Did I hear you right?
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. Brenda Bateman, Director of Department of Land Conservation and Development. The rules themselves, the text of many of our rulemaking rules go to LOAC for review and comments. And we've been holding some other listening sessions with the other external partners to look at our general process in recent months, but I don't think that's gone before LOAC per se.
I know, but what do you think about that though?
Well, and we don't, to be clear, we don't have any sort of like yay or nay capabilities. We just give feedback.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
we certainly could share, and I can give a little bit more background to that as well. In recent months, we've been meeting with partners who, in particular, have sat on several of our rulemaking advisory committees and further have sat on RACs for other agencies. And so they're actually very well positioned to help us understand, what some of our external partners really like about rulemaking processes, what they don't like, what works, what doesn't work so well. And it's been very eye-opening to us. We've been hosting this mostly just at DLCD and in partnership with the governor's office, because we typically or oftentimes don't sit on RACs at other agencies, and we just don't know, how some of our processes differ. So that's been very eye-opening and very instructive. And we've used that to update our rulemaking guidance, which is a living document, and is hosted by Casaria Taylor, our senior rules coordinator, who's sitting in the back. But that's been really helpful. And one of the reasons that we've been doing that is we have an eye on the legislative session, where there are bills coming out today that hold another 7 rulemakings in store for us that we know that will be launching in the next year at the direction of the legislative session. So we wanted to take a moment to just pause, get organized, or maybe modernize some of our processes and ask, how are other folks doing their processes? Are there best practices we can learn from? Are there things we can streamline? Because we certainly are hearing from local jurisdictions that they're overwhelmed and it's too much, not just our raft of rulemakings, but you line that up with all the other agencies, and it's a wheelbarrow full. It's too much, and folks have said so. So we wanted to try to take as much pressure off as possible, or help folks to get positioned and ready for rulemaking as best as possible when they walk in the room. But we could share those guidelines, the process guidelines we have, and see if you have further comments or perspectives on those.
Yeah, I was just curious if that another layer would be helpful. Another set of lens, another set of eyes on it.
Happy to have.
That would be really interesting.
Particularly from the elected's perspective, for
Exactly.
sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
So thank you. Add that to the list.
Thank you. It's added. Thanks.
Thank you.
I would just like to thank you for doing the rulemaking. I was a planning commissioner, and when the rules were unclear or the decision we had to make depended on previous legal decisions, and we had to go to those records, asking volunteers to go through all of that was cumbersome and difficult. And to the extent that the rulemaking can bring clear guidance to local directors and planning commissioners and planners, it would be a service, because I realize it's cumbersome for you guys to go through it. I realize that that's really difficult to have all of those racks coming up, but it does help the land use system at the local level, the more clear things are.
Could I add to that, Chair? One of the things that we've determined when I first came on board in my position now more than 3 years ago, if you can believe that, one of the first meetings that I held was with the county planning directors, and we asked, what are some things that we can do to help make your job more easy or streamlined? And one of the things we heard clearly was what you just said. There are bits and pieces of the things that we have to consider, and they're all over the place. They're in multiple documents. If you're not an insider or you don't live and breathe this stuff, you would never know to go look at case law and other documents. Can you please put in one place all the things that we need to convey as we're standing across the counter from somebody? If nothing else, just so we look organized. And we can prevent a coherent, this is what you need to know as you bring us an application. So a lot of what we've been doing in the last 3 years is a streamlining and just an updating to put everything that we already know in one place.
And for each one of those directors, there's 6 or 8 planning commissioners who, if you ask them to read a lot of case law, it just gets cumbersome.
Thank you.
And I was going to say by streamlining and making it comprehensible and all that kind of stuff, maybe it prevents further case law from, why do case law and things that are already settled and save it for the things that are unsettled. So I think that's a good thing also. So we have more time if there's more to talk about, or we can conclude. And I know that was we had that one open-ended question. Commissioner Warren.
I have a question, Mayor Coos Bay. how do you all fund your infrastructure if you don't charge system development charges?
Well, we basically just take it on, through sewer rates. For instance, unfortunately, the way we're spread out, we have 2 pump stations. We have over 90 miles of sewer lines, 27 pump stations itself. So it's really an issue, but we do it through fees. Like this year, we went up 7.5%, and we've done that the last 3 or 4 years. We hope to start declining because the 2 pump stations just got replaced to the tune of $50 million for the 2 of them. And then we had another $20 million. So probably in the last 5 years, we spent $70 million in infrastructure just on sewer. So that's the only way we can do it. But without it, we don't think that we would have, this was eliminated 5 or 6 years ago. And the only way we felt that we could get development or developers interested is by trying to get the costs down. And so now we're scrambling to find infrastructure for some of the housing developments. So.
Yeah. Astoria just recently, for the first time, passed SDCs. So this is, an issue for the coast, I think, and it's an issue for small towns who have just almost been so grateful for whatever development has come that they don't want to scare anybody off. They want to be as welcoming as possible, or maybe there's a little of cronyism still alive and well of the past and how development has worked. So it's something that we've just now recently in this last year implemented in Astoria with a significant amount of backlash from our developing community and a significant amount of backlash from affordable housing advocates as well, and trying to figure out what the best way to accommodate both of those communities and encourage them while still understanding that we have significant water and sewer issues and significant road issues. And we have this incredible booming brewery industry now in Astoria as well that has finally been asked to participate at a level of infrastructure with their wastes and solids. And so trying to find financial ways to come up with the funding besides passing it on to the ratepayer is incredibly difficult. And we rely a lot on grants and other opportunities. I lobbied Joint Ways and Means. I knew we probably wouldn't get any funding, but just looking at every potential funding source, besides having to just continue to ask the ratepayer to pay.
Thank you. And out of my now 7, almost 8 years of being on the commission, if there's one thing I can say that every place we've visited has said is infrastructure. It's probably been top. It's just changed depending on which, water supply and sewer or steep slopes related infrastructure. So I try to keep that message alive because I've been told this so many times. And I don't know yet that we have a comprehensive way of dealing with this. And it's 100% linked to housing, right? And the cost of housing specifically. I think that we are going to break for lunch, but you guys are going to join us for lunch. We can continue any conversation. There's one last comment.
One short comment. I just wanted to acknowledge Deputy Director Green and thank her for all of her work and all of her staff's work to help us be successful. Thank you.
Oh, very sweet. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Cool. Can I give a quick summary? Yes. Chair Halova, thank you. And Chair Wise, thank you. Thank you for coming. We didn't know if you'd never know if you have a party, if anyone's going to come, but I know that LOAC members have been very eager to meet with commissioners for a while. So thanks, LOAC, for your patience. We've had as commissioners has had rulemaking schedules made it challenging, but if just reviewing the challenges and thinking that the entire policy team is here today, listening as well. And pretty soon we'll be building the 25-27 policy agenda now that the legislature is just about to conclude its work this weekend. And the issues that folks have covered today were in the packet. We kind of knew that housing and agricultural land, public process were of concern. So just wanted to affirm that those I think will both appear on our, I can't prognosticate for the director, but very likely that housing and agricultural land, the farm forest modernization program will be continued work on our policy agenda. The legislature is giving us new assignments, and Director Bateman has launched with the Farm Forest team and Community Services a multi-year farm forest modernization program. Lots of discussion, obviously, about the affordability of land and its zoning, and what we do really does matter to the market and providing that market signal. Infrastructure still huge. That is one that I think is on the policy agenda, nestled in the housing elements. It'll be interesting to kind of call that out. And then to Chair Wise's point, we'll allow for some more time on that phantom capacity issue at the September meeting. I know that that'll be timely with the owner rules. So the LOAC has been intentional and responsive to meet prior to each commission meeting. So you'll be able to have the benefit of LOAC's members' guidance on that phantom capacity, the sliding scale that Ethan was mentioning this morning, and then also the rulemaking processes. Our senior rules coordinator, Casaria Taylor, is also here in the room and has been working on the new guidelines. One of them is that the governor, in her expectations of all agencies on rulemaking, has asked that we respond to public comment, which is kind of a normal soft thing that we used to do. But recently we've been piloting a new method on that in the, for example, in the solid rules. So we can clarify some of those new processes for you. You know, obviously every city and county does robust public process as well, but it'd be interesting to compare strategies because we're all learning all the time. Thank you. Thank you.
You. And so now we're going to break for lunch. And thank you for that summary, Deputy Director. And we'll be returning at 1:45 p.m. for agenda item number 12, which is the annual Division 38 employment tables rulemaking. So see you back at 1:45. Thank you.
We used to have them, but we eliminated them. And that was, so when I was mayor, prior, we had them, but we never had any, our development slowed down.
This weekend? Yeah. Wow. Isn't it weird? Yeah. We'll have one nice day.
My boss 3 years later.
Are we ready? Yeah, yeah. Are we live?
You're live.
Oh, with recording, it started recording? Oh, okay, I missed that, sorry. Everybody gets to hear that online.
Just went off.
So welcome back to LCDC's June 27th meeting. Our next item is item number 12, the annual Division 38 Employment Tables Update. Gordon, please introduce your team.
Well, this will be very quick. Introduce Lee McElvain, our economic development specialist, to go over this item.
Good afternoon. Give me just one moment to share screen. I can remember how to do this. Oh, I think I might be able. Oh, never mind. Help is on the way. Yes.
And I was going to say, Vice Chair Lazo and Commissioner Boyer have excused absences. So.
Yeah. Oh, this is the wrong presentation.
These are the hardcore things.
Oh.
But I was like, did I say the right thing? Just a second.
Thank you very much. Okay. Well, good afternoon, Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lazo, and members of the commission. My name is Lee McElvain. I'm the department's economic development specialist. And I am here to speak with you about what I think is probably a familiar rulemaking item at this point, which is the annual update to the Division 38 employment tables. The department has prepared a proposed amendment to this rule, which provides the process for the simplified urban growth boundary amendment process. This amendment would update the economic data that is contained in the rule to the most recent economic data made available by the Oregon Employment Department. And the department refers to this data as the employment tables. Because this is a straightforward technical rulemaking, we don't ever convene a rulemaking advisory committee for this exercise. To provide our annual 90-second briefing on what the simplified urban growth boundary amendment process is. This is an optional and streamlined process that cities may use if they choose to estimate the amount of employment and formerly housing land needed to support an urban growth boundary amendment. Division 38 was adopted by the commission in 2015, but it is not regularly used by cities to proceed with a simplified UGB amendment process. The structure of this rule requires that the commission adopt on a regular basis updates of economic data that's included in the rule. And that data is always provided by the Oregon Employment Department, and it describes employment within urban growth boundaries and expected forecasts. The commission last adopted updates to this rule in 2024. Actually, I just looked this up exactly 1 year ago today. So thank you. If you were counting down the days until we return to this particular agenda item, we're here. You don't have to wait any longer. Division 38 is actually becoming somewhat obsolete as we change the way that cities are planning for housing land. the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis is a much more prescribed process that I think has sort of made some of the rules within Division 38 moot for the purposes of housing planning. So although these rules remain on the books, it's unlikely that a local government would be able to use them to meet housing need without being subject to legal challenge. However, if a city decided to use the simplified UGB process to provide employment lands in the future, they could still use this rule. So the proposed amendment that we are asking the commission to adopt today includes two tables. Table 3 displays current employment inside of urban growth boundaries in the state that is broken down into commercial and industrial sector jobs. Table 4 contains projected regional long-term employment growth rates for the period of 2023 to 2033, which is the most recently produced projections by the Oregon Employment Department for that 10-year forecast period for each of Oregon's 11 economic regions that are designated through the Federal Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. And that reached the end. So I have a suggested motion on the next slide if there are questions, but I just wanted to thank each of you for listening to this every year and surviving your post-lunch nap challenge. Division 38 employment tables. Thank you, Chair.
Director Bateman.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to note for the record, I think this issue or agenda item was originally scheduled for yesterday and it was held over or moved to today. So just wanted to clear up any confusion or put on the record that we realized that was a date change and make sure we're all clear on that. Just needed to be said. Thank you.
Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Thompson?
Well, thank you, Chair. Is this still worth doing? Why waste time and energy if it isn't? But if it has a useful purpose, let's keep doing it. Please help me.
Yeah, I thank you for the question, Commissioner Thompson, Chair. We actually had quite a bit of internal debate within the department in the months leading up to this commission meeting about whether it is worthwhile to spend commission staff and even Oregon Employment Department resources on producing this data and updating the rule. But we determined that because the rule is actually, or because the simplified UGB method was created by statute, it's the obligation of the department to keep the rule current.
Follow, Commissioner Thompson. Well, okay, if it's a, thank you, Chair. If it is in fact a statutory requirement, we can ask to have it removed. And if it is an efficiency that would save time and money and effort that is being expended for something that's no longer useful, I would wonder if we could make that part of some effort going forward to wipe it off.
Thank you, Commissioner Thompson, Chair Holova. The two options would be for the legislature to remove the method that would relieve us from this authority, and the other would be for the department to rework the simplified UGB method to make it usable, which would be a lot of work and effort. So involving and certainly a rulemaking advisory committee, having been involved when the method was set up in 2015, that actually 2013 to 2015, it took that long. That I think that that's the other option, and so that's what we have before us.
Director Bateman.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. I think it's also worth mentioning that we heard from our housing folks earlier today that there's some urbanization work taking place in this space where they're trying to look at streamlining and improvement of our processes. So it makes sense to see where they land and if there are any other adjustments that we need to ask for along the way. But that is very much on our list of things to do and get cleaned up. Thank you.
Any more questions or comments? Or does anyone want to make the motion? Commissioner Warren.
I move to adopt amendments to OAR 66D-038 and amendments to tables 3 and 4 that is referenced in the rules as recommended by the department and explained in the staff report.
Could I second?
Commissioner Warren makes a motion, Commissioner Thompson seconds. Any more discussion, or we will go to roll call? Looks like we'll go to roll. Denise, can you do the roll?
Commissioner Bennett,
Aye.
Commissioner Porter. Aye. Thompson,
Aye.
Commissioner Warren,
Aye.
Chair Halova.
Aye. And Vice Chair Lazo and Commissioner Boyer have an excused absence. With that, the motion passes. Thank you. So we have 14, and item number 14 is public comment, and we have how many?
Oh, no.
9. We have 9 people giving public comment, and I just want to give observer that and the general public a heads up that that is scheduled for 3:15. And I guess the question is, do we feel like it will be earlier than that? Okay, so 3:15. So welcome back. You didn't go anywhere. We'll now hear from Gordon Howard on item number 13, reducing barriers to developing child care facilities across Oregon. Please introduce yourself and your team.
Thank you. Well, Denise gets our slideshow here. My name's Gordon Howard, once again, Community Services Division Manager. And with me at the podium right now is Kelly Reed, who is our regional representative in the Portland metro area for Clackamas and Multnomah counties, and also one of the co-authors of the child care report, one of the key individuals working on it. And then also we have Alyssa Benini, who is with our legislative policy team and is working on these issues as well. And so I'll turn it over to Kelly to start the presentation.
I'll do it. Good afternoon, Chair Halova, members of the commission. Again, for the record, my name is Alyssa Benini. I'm a legislative and policy analyst here with DLCD. I want to thank you for the opportunity to join this team and share highlights of DLCD's report exploring the barriers to developing child care facilities across Oregon here with you today. This legislative session, Kelly and I actually had the opportunity to present the outcomes of this report to both House and Senate policy committees at the legislature. But I believe, and this was before my time, but I do believe the last time we spoke with this body about the report was exactly a year ago to the day in Bend. So we're really excited to share the outcomes of this report with you today. Before we dive in, I'll provide a quick refresher on the context and legislative history leading up to the report, and then we'll turn it over to Kelly to walk us through the final recommendations. We'll end with a quick update on legislation from this session arising from this report, and then turn it over to you all if you have any questions or further curiosities. All right, so the need for a comprehensive study of barriers to child care facility development in Oregon arose out of an early learning division report that found that as of 2022, 89% of Oregon families with children under 5 live in a child care desert, which is defined as a community with more than 3 children for every regulated child care slot. That percentage increases to 97 for families with children under 2. So as you can see from the map on the screen and in your packet, most families in Oregon with children under 2 are living in a child care desert. In response to this critical statewide need for child care access, the Oregon legislature passed House Bill 2727 during the 2023 session, requiring a comprehensive study of regulatory barriers to developing child care facilities. Under the direction of this bill, DLCD, in consultation with the Department of Early Learning and Care and the Building Codes Division at the Department of Consumer and Business Services, convened a work group with members composed of child care providers, regulators, and agency partners to examine those barriers and recommend strategies to support child care facility development across the state. The legislature asked the work group specifically to review information and research from both within Oregon and nationwide concerning the impact of zoning regulations, state and local building codes, and permitting practices on inhibiting or supporting expansion of early learning and care facilities. So this work group met throughout 2024 and issued its recommendations in a final report to the Oregon legislature this past December. I'll note that this report inspired two bills from the current session, almost finished session, but currently still current session, House Bill 3560 and House Bill 3496, which I'll give a quick overview of at the end of this presentation. But for now, it's my pleasure to pass it over to Kelly to walk us through the report's findings and priority recommendations.
Thank you, Alyssa. Hi, Chair Halova, members of the commission. I'm Kelly Reed. I'm a regional representative in the Portland Metro region. Thanks for inviting this presentation. I'm here on behalf of a small team of regional representatives at DLCD who stepped forward to work on this project in late 2023. And so who's not here today, but I want to mention is Angie Brewer and Melissa Ahrens are the other two regional representatives who worked on the team. And then we also hired Echo Northwest to assist us in this work. So before we convened the work group, we started with really digging into the existing regulatory environment for childcare in Oregon. So I'll share some basics with you just so we can kind of share some context. So our work focused on two main types of childcare facilities. That includes home-based, so family childcare homes, and then center-based, which are termed as childcare centers in statute. Both of these types of facilities are licensed by the Department of Early Learning and Care, which is another state agency. So I'm going to call them DELC from now on. So DELC, they have a number of licensing requirements for childcare providers related to, the size of the space, teacher certifications and requirements for training, what the outdoor space looks like and what it has in it, food, health, and safety, and lots of different licensing requirements. So childcare providers are, have to go through this licensing process as well as work with their jurisdiction on building permits and zoning codes for their facility. So there is an existing statute that sets parameters for how cities and counties can regulate childcare in their local zoning codes. That statute is found in the childcare section of statute, and it applies statewide. It says that cities and counties have to allow family childcare homes in all residential zones and in commercial zones. So these have to be permitted uses in those zones. For childcare centers, cities and counties have to make those permitted uses in commercial zones and light industrial zones. So beyond that, cities and counties can do other things or regulate childcare in other ways, but they do have to meet this basic statute. There's also a statute that covers childcare facilities in exclusive farm use zones. We're not going to talk in detail about that today, but I just wanted to mention it, that does exist as well. And then there are building codes, of course. And so the bill, HB 2727, wanted us to dig into not just zoning barriers, but also barriers that arise from building codes. And so just a real quick primer on building codes as they relate to childcare facilities. For family childcare homes, these are in a typical residence. So basic residential dwelling building code applies. But in addition, if you're going to have a licensed childcare facility, you need to, the state code says you either need to have sprinklers in your home, which we know most homes aren't sprinkled. And then the option 2 is much easier to meet, and that is certain exit standards, location of exits, number of exits. And my understanding is most homes can meet the exiting standards fairly easily. For centers, there's a building occupancy type that's required, that is E, which stands for education, or I4, which is a type of institutional occupancy. So the standards are high for these types of buildings, right? So building code it's a high bar for health and safety of children, of course. So after doing some research, kind of getting the lay of the land, we convened the work group with a lot of assistance from the Department of Early Learning and Care. We talked to you about this last year, so I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on here, but just to remind you that the 5 local jurisdictions that participated on the work group were Bend, Portland, Coos Bay, Benton County, Petra, I think, is here. Thank you, Petra, and Clatsop County. And so staff from those 5 jurisdictions participated on the work group. And then we had a lot of other great folks as well. From DLCD, we had Patrick Wingard, thank you, Patrick, and Lee McElvain as well. So the work group met 5 times over the calendar year 2024. But we also did a lot of other outreach and engagement to gather input on barriers as well as potential solutions. And that included an online survey of childcare providers, an online survey of local government staff in planning and building. We conducted focus groups and interviews and had a lot of discussions with our state agency partners as well. And the work group identified in the final report, the work group categorized barriers into 4 main categories: land use and zoning, building codes, licensing requirements, and co-location. And by co-location, what we mean is co-location of childcare with affordable housing. The bill, HB 2727, specifically directed us to look into that particular issue. But the work group also identified 2 overarching barriers that didn't fit into these 4 categories, but kind of spanned them. And one is just the complex layers of regulation that childcare providers have to meet. And second is the lack of suitable buildings and sites that are available and ready to use for childcare. So for example, if a building was not built specifically for childcare or for education and doesn't have that E occupancy, it can be very costly to renovate that building to meet the building code requirements as well as the licensing requirements for childcare. Oh, and by the way, from now on, all the photos of children that you see in the presentation are DLCD kids. So there are no more stock photos, so you can enjoy those. So I'll talk about, I'm going to highlight a couple of specific barriers that led to some of the recommendations in the final report. First is outdated codes. When we, well, first, remember the statute I mentioned that says cities and counties have to allow childcare, family childcare homes in residential zones. So when we surveyed local governments about how they would treat a home-based childcare of up to 16 kids, which is the maximum in the statute, only 57% of jurisdictions who responded to that survey indicated that it would be permitted in the residential zone. So right, that should be a 100%. So the reason for that mismatch is just a simple lack of awareness of the statute and that local codes are outdated. They were adopted long ago and they haven't been updated to reflect the new law. A common example that we found in local zoning codes is a limit of 12 kids instead of 16. And so if it went beyond 12, then the local code said you have to get a conditional use permit for that use. So now that this issue has kind of been more daylighted through our work, DLCD staff have been advising our, through our regional reps, mostly advising local jurisdictions to make updates to their code where they aren't in compliance here, especially if a city is, already in the process of updating their code for other reasons. Might be an easy fix just to, make this change. So we've already seen in the last year and a half, some jurisdictions update their codes based on this information. Another barrier is conditional use review. So conditional use review is a land use process that often requires a public hearing. Jurisdictions can deny a conditional use permit for many reasons if they find that a site is not suitable for whatever use is being proposed. So conditional use reviews often apply to childcare centers when they're proposed in residential zones. The provider has to, one, apply for a conditional use permit, hold a public hearing, and then the decision is appealable if there's opposition. On the right of this slide, you'll see a statistic from our provider survey. And then on the left, a data point from our survey of local governments, where over half of the jurisdictions we surveyed said that their code requires a conditional use review and a public hearing for a center that is proposed co-located with a religious institution in a residential zone. Providers, in the survey comments, providers also indicated that when a site comes with a conditional use requirement, that has, in many cases, just stopped them from even trying to pursue that particular site due to the cost of the conditional use review and just the uncertainty that comes with it. So the last barrier I'll talk about is system development charges and exactions. So system development charges are fees that are paid by developers to a city or county for impacts on the infrastructure, sewer, water, transportation, parks. And then exactions are often, what we're talking about here is usually required street improvements to the street frontage along the site. This can often include, widening the street, installing sidewalks, curbs, street trees. So transportation SDCs, system development charges, are usually based on the vehicle trip generation estimates from the ITE manual, that's Institute of Traffic Engineers. And so the little box on the right that you can see here just shows that childcare vehicle trip generation estimates can be a lot higher than other uses, which means the fees paid that formula means that the fees that they pay can be a lot higher than other types of businesses.
Commissioner Thompson looks like she has a question.
I really do have a question, because I know the engineers think that ITE manual is like received wisdom from divine, but it astonishes me that number of 6.23 is higher. Is that heresy? Do you trust the accuracy? Is there any way to refute that or change that?
Commissioner Thompson, Chair Halova, thanks for the question. So I don't think that like DLCD rules and, state laws do not require that cities and counties use the ITE manual. I have heard similar criticisms of it. I think that, it's usually based on peak hour traffic. And so I think the idea is, or the reason that these numbers look higher is that, pickup and drop off often happens during that peak hour. So there is quite a bit of traffic coming in and out of those uses. And so, that's it. I believe the manual is kind of used nationwide. And so it doesn't necessarily account for different circumstances in different states, cities, urban neighborhood types. And so, yes, I think there are lots of other ways that could be done.
And there could be a logic to this, definitely. There should be, which makes it when you look at charter school and elementary school, you're like, this is the same logic applies to daycare, you would think. So that's what seems off. Not necessarily like restaurant to childcare. Or clinic to childcare. It's more, but how did elementary school, unless people are saying they're biking to school because it's their neighborhood school. I'm trying to get some logic.
Yeah, well, I think that might have to do with school buses.
Yes. There we go.
And then also like the public school tends to end earlier in the day and not during that peak hour time.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
School buses, that's one trip versus all the kids in the bus. It's a good one.
Church.
Yeah.
So 30% when we surveyed the local governments, we asked them, would you require front end improvements or charge SDCs if a childcare facility was moving into an existing building where maybe there used to be, a medical clinic or something in there, and then they moved in, what would you do? And 30% of them said that they would charge a transportation SDC, based on the difference in the trip generation. And then 41% of them said that they may require street improvements if the street frontage wasn't already up to their standard. And often another thing that we heard from providers during our work is that they were often surprised later on in the process by these fees and charges and requirements that they didn't know going into everything that this would happen. And so it came as a surprise and something they didn't budget for. But it's not all bad news. We did find a lot of best practices out there and good ideas. Those include the City of Bend. They waive transportation SDCs for all childcare facilities. The City of Redmond has a dedicated staff navigator to help childcare providers navigate the permitting process. In Seattle, they permit by right centers in some of their residential zones. And in the city of Sandy, they reduced parking requirements for childcare businesses to make it easier for them to locate on constrained small sites in the middle of town. So I will share some of the recommendations with you. The work group developed over 30 recommendations in the final report, and they identified 11 of those as high priority. So you'll see on the right-hand column, there is the work group identified who might be responsible for implementation of each recommendation as well. So I'm going to walk through these very quickly, but I'm happy to answer questions about them after if you'd like me to go into more detail. So the first top priority recommendation that was by far the highest priority of the work group was for DLCD. So this one would actually probably fall to DLCD to develop a comprehensive guide for local governments that includes a model zoning code, best practices for permitting, and incentive programs that local governments could adopt. The second recommendation is to develop guidance for that statute that we talked about earlier. That would probably also fall to DLCD, and then it says legislative there under action because there was some clarification that was hoped for by the legislature in order to make it possible for us to provide clear guidance. Number 3 would be to expand grant funding for development of facilities. And this one actually already exists. So Business Oregon has a program for childcare infrastructure grants. They've been giving out millions of dollars the last year and a half or so. And that program is still active, but I think that the work group identified the need to kind of keep that as ongoing and continue to fund it. 4 is to create local or regional navigators to assist providers in their permitting process. And this could be, done individually by a local government, or it could be done on a more statewide comprehensive basis. Number 5 is to streamline the building permit process for in-home childcare. You might remember there's just one simple requirement. And so it might be possible to make it streamline that process to check whether a provider has the right requirements in place instead of making them wait in the building permit queue with everybody else. Number 6 is to permit childcare centers by right in residential zones. So not making them go through that conditional use review process. Number 7 is to develop a permitting guide for childcare providers in multiple languages. Number 8 is to reform the conditional use modification process for site changes. An example of that is if a provider wanted to had a conditional use site, like a religious institution wanted to add a playground to the outdoor area, remove some parking spaces and add a playground, for example, making that streamlined so that they didn't have to update their conditional use permit. Number 9 is developing guidance on exclusive farm use zones and home occupations. So in our rural lands, how a little bit of guidance for counties on how to navigate those statutes when it comes to childcare. Number 10, expedite permitting and offer fee reductions. That would be a local level recommendation. And then the last priority recommendation, provide funding to cities and counties for language translation and interpretation. So their permit application forms and things like that could be translated. Okay. And some non-priority recommendations that I just wanted to mention to you. For state agency action, there's a recommendation to create state agency coordination agreements, specifically between DLCD and DELC, because we do not have a state agency coordination agreement with DELC. Allow more outdoor space options, and that is a recommendation directed at DELC to have some more flexibility written into their rules on, what happens in a urban environment where you might be going into an existing building that doesn't have any outdoor space. There is the ability to use nearby parks to fulfill that, but just kind of making that more clear and easy to use. And last, revising the septic system regulations. This one is directed at Department of Environmental Quality. As we've heard, providers in rural areas in home-based, especially in a home-based childcare that has a septic system, that can be a barrier or a limitation on how many people they can have in their home. For legislative action, to override the CC&R, so codes, covenants, and restrictions, HOA rules that might prevent a homeowner from using their home as a childcare home, increasing the maximum number of children in-home childcare. There was some discussion that, if you have a larger home and you have the space for it, why is it limited to 16? Could it be larger if you can hire more staff and you have the space for it? And then last, to reform the prevailing wage requirements for projects where childcare is co-located with affordable housing. And then on the local action side,
I wanted to add to that because I think I know what that is, but just so everybody knows, that's so that if you put it, tell me if I'm wrong, if you put childcare on the bottom of a housing building that's exempt from prevailing wage, that the childcare doesn't trigger prevailing wage for the rest of the building. Is that it?
That's exactly right, Chair Halova.
Putting commercial space at the bottom of affordable housing can trigger
that. So local recommendations that the work group made for local action were to reduce parking requirements for childcare. I will mention that our climate-friendly and equitable communities rules do for the jurisdictions that are subject to those rules. Those prevent parking mandates for childcare already. So we've kind of checked that box in a lot of the state, but not outside of that CFEC program. To offer permitting navigation services and to expedite permitting and offer fee reductions. And those two are also the priority on the list of priority recommendations. And then HB 2727 also directed us to develop recommendations for the 5 local local jurisdictions that participated in the work group. So you'll find in the final report a little section where there are audits and specific sets of recommendations for each of those 5 jurisdictions. And I wanted to just let you know that we heard that there are some of these jurisdictions are already making progress and moving on some of these recommendations just voluntarily. So City of Portland, it has a set of code amendments that is going before City Council later this year that would waive frontage improvements, would waive non-conforming upgrade requirements, and would amend or waive conditional use review requirements for childcare site modifications. And the city already allows childcare to be co-located with institutional uses like churches in residential zones. The city of Bend told us that they've been moving quickly on their home-based childcare accelerator program, and that they've given out a lot of grants, startup grants, to support centers to open up more centers in the Bend area. And then the other jurisdictions are all working on tackling some of those recommendations. They have them in their work plans for the next fiscal year. So that's all very exciting for them. And last, we heard loud and clear from the work group that overcoming barriers to childcare facility siting won't on its own fix childcare desert problem, that affordability for families and workforce retention in the industry are also critical. And, these issues weren't part of our report at all, but it was just such a common refrain that we heard that we wanted to make sure and share that. And now I'll pass it to Alyssa to talk about legislation.
Yeah, thanks, Kelly. So yeah, in addition to some of that great local work that's being done, we did see several of these recommendations arising from the report in a couple pieces of legislation this session. House Bill 3496 directs DLCD to create a model code for childcare facility development, including best practices for streamlining the permitting process and policies and programs that local governments can choose to adopt to incentivize childcare facility development. Now, this bill would have required some additional resources for the agency, and given the May budget outlook, this bill unfortunately was not funded or does not look to be funded in the remaining hours of this session. It may resurface at a later session, and we're thankful that the recommendations will continue to live on in this report so they can easily be referred back to. But that was one piece of legislation that pulled from this report in the forms of recommendations 1, 2, and I believe 9. However, House Bill 3560 also appeared this session, and this one went through the legislative process and was signed by Governor Tina Kotek. And this bill speaks to recommendation number 6 and expands areas where local governments can site childcare centers, and this passed with unanimous support. A couple of things that this bill does, and I apologize that the text is a little bit small, but it clarifies that local governments cannot require a conditional use permit for child care facilities in multi-unit residential or residentially zoned areas when co-located with certain established institutional uses, as Kelly was describing earlier. So that includes community centers, public parks, schools, or places of worship. Administratively, it speaks to that, I think it was the data point that you mentioned where local governments were saying that only 50% of local governments were kind of abiding by the existing law because they simply did not know what the existing law was. So it moves ORS 329A440 from the child care section of Oregon Revised Statutes to Chapter 197, which is the land use planning section. So local planners can find this direction and hopefully implement it at a local level. So House Bill 3560 goes into effect the first of the year, 2026, and then local governments will have 1 year to comply with the new provision. So I think that is all thanks to the excellent work of this work group, DLCD staff, and the recommendations put forth in this report. So with that, well, thank you for your support and your interest in this report over the last year and your steadfast attention during this post-lunch presentation. And we're happy to take any questions you may have.
Thanks. Commissioners, any questions, comments? Commissioner Warren?
I just have a comment. I was able to sit through your presentation at the Oregonist chapter of the American Planning Association last year, and it was so wonderful to have that in that space. And I know that it impacted local jurisdictions already. So I just want to encourage you all to continue that style of engaging with our local jurisdictions, because I know one jurisdiction in particular who was like, oh, we're not following the law. We need to change that. So it has an impact, and just want to encourage that.
Thank you. Commissioner Bennett?
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to follow up on actually what Commissioner Warren said and encourage you to work with the League of Cities primarily, but also AOC, both the planning and the commissioners, because some of the things that are proposed are going to rankle people, especially when you start talking about in the areas of HOAs and CCNRs. So having the most allies as this moves forward is going to be crucial.
I was going to say I was involved in this effort maybe at the beginning, not related to my role here. And so I was in a group that the Children's Institute put together to do like lesson to learn from each other, to bring up, somebody from the development side, somebody from the childcare, like all the different parties that might be interested in the topic. So I was the person in the room who kept on saying the building code. That was me. Partly because I've talked to childcare providers who get to a certain point and it's just straight up don't have the funding to do this or this educational, specifically with seismic. So that was like my one-liner. And I have not participated in the group as much recently. So I'm like, ooh, it came through on the other end. And so that is really great to see all these recommendations. And a lot of work from community, I would say, went into before I had nothing to do with any of the processes that were listed here. And a lot of work had already been done, kind of grassroots wise and community wise. So it's a big deal. And I've, personally, anybody who has kids and tried to navigate is not surprised by that 60% or 95%, because you can't find childcare like at all. And so I've done the business affiliated childcare, like Fred Meyer. I didn't work at Fred Meyer, but Fred Meyer had a facility for their workers, and then they would open it up to others if Fred Meyer employees didn't get it. So I've done that. I've done the childcare in the bottom of the church. And then seismic issues came up with that. And I think the church was like, we got to close this down because it's not seismic issues. So one of the reasons I really harped on the seismic part was because I was like, there's all these childcare facilities that are not in good, whether they're home-based or not, are not in good seismic conditions and not in good conditions. Kids are not in good conditions. Yet when you try to make a new one, you have to upgrade to the highest condition. So it forces people to do the worst one. And so there's something wrong with that, right? Either getting the best or the worst. There's got to be something in between. So that was kind of my thing. And so I was just curious if there was any stats, and maybe you said, and I didn't hear it, about the percentage between, is there any data around how many of our childcare facilities are home-based versus centers?
Thanks for the question, Chair Halova. I know that Department of Early Learning and Care, I think, has that information and provided it to us. I think at one point, I don't know that it's in the report. But I agree with you that just that data would be really great to have. And we did request, we never were able to get from them location-based data to show, how many home-based childcare facilities are there in, Benton County, for example. So we unfortunately didn't get that information during the process.
Yeah, it's sort of like the housing in the sense that you want to know what the baseline is, and then you want to know when these things go into effect, like how does it change? And then that might reveal. This was very helpful because it like suddenly now there's childcare centers in these areas that they weren't before. And to add to my experience, I've also gone after the childcare grant, in the grants that they're putting out right now. So I've been at all the different parts of this equation. Yeah, and it's just so desperate out there. And it was like that. My son's 15, so it was like that 15 years ago. So it's gotten worse. And I'm really happy to hear about the playground because there's like a couple things from the development perspective that are very specific. That's like, nope, can't do childcare here. And one of them, it has been like this square footage of outdoor space per, depending on the age kid, and flexibility around that. Like if you're in an urban area and there's a park across the street, you shouldn't have to provide that on your site type stuff. So I was very happy to see that. There's a lot more to say, probably. Any other commissioners? Questions? Yeah. And I think I was also excited to see about the industrial, like, I think that's really important to have childcare around places of employment. And part of the, I did not get the grant, so I feel like I could speak about this, but part of the stuff I wanted to explore was specifically on industrial areas, because the hours that people work, depending on what job they have, are totally different than the, like, let's say traditional childcare facility hours. And so there has to be a lot of thought around like pairing the type of childcare with the type of actual like employment that what the needs of the workers for childcare. And I mean, there's a whole linkage between a lack of workforce and linked to lack of childcare that can just kind of open up a whole set of people into the workforce. So I think it affects everything. Yeah. Well, thank you for this presentation and all the work. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So we are moving into early, or should we take a break first? Okay. 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 Yeah, so I only have 7 people on my list here, but I heard 9, so maybe I'm missing. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to say all the people in person. There's only 2 in person that I know of. If you're in person, I have, and then I'm just going to list all the people online so you just can get ready in the right order. But Roger Kay from Friends of Marion County is here in person, maybe. And Jim Johnson from 1,000 Friends is here in person. So you can come up to the front. Yeah. And Roger? No? No. Okay. And I'll come back to the ones if they're not here. 3-minute time. And then I'm just going to say the ones online so that you know. Thurston Rusty Inglis, and then Rory Isbell, and then Peter Kanege, and then Mickey Killingsworth, and then Mike Connors, and then Robert Liberty. That's the order. Okay. So are you 3 individuals or 1?
One going to introduce 2.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that 3 minutes for all?
That's fine.
Okay. There we go.
Great. Good afternoon,
All right,
commissioners.
make sure to get that clock going.
Commissioners and friends from DLCD. My name is Jim Johnson. I'm the Working Lands Policy Coordinator for 1,000 Friends of Oregon. I'm here today with a really pleasant task. I want to introduce to you 2 of our new staff. One of the elements of 1,000 Friends strategic plan is to double our legal capacity to enforce Oregon's land use laws. And we've recently hired 2 new attorneys, so we have doubled our capacity. I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves in a second, but to my left is John Butterfield down on the end there, and he is one of our new staff attorneys. And then to my immediate left is Eve Goldman, and she's a new staff attorney also. And I would ask each of you to go ahead and tell the commission a little bit about each of yourselves. So why don't you start, John?
I'm John Butterfield. I grew up in California. I went to law school in Chicago, and then I spent 4 years in California working for the Department of Justice there. defending state agencies, environmental agencies, the Water Board, the Air Board, and the Department of Pesticide Regulation, and then moved up here to Oregon and excited to join 1,000 Friends and appreciate the time to speak before you today.
Good afternoon, commissioners and DLCD staff. My name is Eve Goldman. I grew up in Portland, Oregon, and stayed pretty close to home, went to law school at Lewis and Clark, got my certificate in environmental and natural resource law. Before coming to 1,000 Friends, I was working for Tualatin River Keepers as their staff attorney. That's where I got connected with 1,000 Friends, and I'm really excited to be joining the team and working in land use issues in Oregon.
And Mr. Shipsey, I've got John there from DOJ to DOJ to bug you all the time now. So yeah, so thank you, and appreciate the opportunity to introduce.
Thanks. Thank you. Next up is Thurston Ingles, Rusty Ingles.
Siegel Becker. She is with us online right now.
Not on my
Hello.
list. Oh, okay,
Oh,
good.
is that Lori?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it my turn to speak?
Yes.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Lori Siegel. I live and work in Lane County, and today I'm speaking on behalf of Land Watch Lane County. I'm commenting today to ask that you please move forward to adopt amendments to the rules identified by your working group that will better protect Oregon's working lands, specifically farm, range, and forest lands. In Lane County, our working lands are being steadily eroded by very large houses on small-sized resource zone parcels, land divisions, and uses not in conjunction with any resource-related use. Also, Lane County has a reputation of approving more forest template dwellings than any other county in the state, according to the DLCD biannual reporting. Most of these are in very small size parcels. I hope you'll give high priority to prohibiting the use of soil scientists hired by applicants to justify case-by-case approvals of dwellings and rezonings on resource zone lands. It's one of the biggest loopholes that we experience on a regular basis. And finally, as you know, your rules help safeguard the land base for our rural economy and also help protect water, wildlife, climate, and keep people and property out of harm's way. And I thank you for your service.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I'm gonna go to the folks that are online. So I'm skipping around a little bit, but I hear Rory Isbell from Central Oregon Land Watch is online.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Halava, Vice Chair Lazo, and commissioners. My name is Rory Isbell. I live in Bend, and I'm a staff attorney and the Rural Lands Program Director for Central Oregon Land Watch. I want to thank you all so much for your unanimous vote at your March meeting this year, directing staff to initiate the next round of farm and forest modernization rulemaking. Of particular need for that rulemaking here in Central Oregon are rule amendments clarifying the use of private soils reports in land use decision-making on farmland. These reports, which are allowed by this commission's rules, are used to contradict the objective statewide soil ratings of the U.S. NRCS soils data. And just in Deschutes County, these reports have led to over 970 non-farm dwellings on farmland approved just since 1994. And especially as of late, around 3,000 acres of farmland to be rezoned, usually for high-end luxury sprawl on our farmlands. Contrary to what some would have you believe, Deschutes County has ample fertile farmland. And after consultation with DLCD staff a few years ago, Deschutes County planners have since conceded that no mistakes were made when the county first zoned its agricultural lands in the 70s, and then again inventoried them all during periodic review in the early 1990s. We have irrigated farmlands in Deschutes County growing a wide variety of food crops, grain, and ornamentals, and we have wide open rangeland suitable for what is the largest by area farm use in the state, which is livestock grazing. Yet all of these lands are vulnerable under the Commission's current rules, which permit private soils reports to contradict the NRCS soil ratings. For example, just this week, a Deschutes County hearings officer found that 22 acres of irrigated high-value farmland, it's classified as high value by the NRCS data and the state's definition of high-value farmland. That hearings officer found it's not even agricultural land protected by Goal 3. Only 16.5 of Deschutes County, 16.5% of the EFU lands in Deschutes County are classified as high value. So these are the best of the best in our county, yet they are even under threat by the use of these private soils reports. So I want to just thank you again for your commitment to improving our state's natural resource lands protections, and respectfully urge you to expedite rulemaking that would limit the use of these private soils reports to only local legislative processes and not case-by-case quasi-judicial land use decisions, which are the #1 threat to our resource land base here in Central Oregon. Thank you very much for the time today.
You, Rory. I'm going to go to Mike Connors online.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Mike Connors, and I'm an attorney at Hathaway Larson, and I represent David Marks. As you may recall, Mr. Marks filed a petition for enforcement with the Commission in 2020, seeking to invalidate 2 IGAs that prohibit Metro from considering the Stafford Urban Reserve area as part of any future Metro Regional UGB expansion decision. The Commission initially denied the petition on jurisdictional grounds, but the Oregon Court of Appeals reversed and remanded that decision in 2023. In January 2025, this Commission reconsidered the petition on remand and adopted staff's recommendation to deny the petition. The Commission made that decision over 5 months ago, but yet the final order has still not been issued. I'm testifying today on behalf of my client to inquire about the delays in issuing the final order and respectfully request that the Commission prioritize this matter and issue a final order as soon as reasonably possible. We are appealing to you directly because our inquiries with your legal counsel over the last 5 months have either been ignored or we've been advised that the final order will be issued when it's done. No explanation or estimate on when that may occur. And we understand the Commission is very busy with other matters, and there may be other matters that you view more important than ours, but the delays in processing and deciding this case have been frustrating and concerning. My client filed a petition 5.5 years ago. The Court of Appeals remanded your initial decision almost 2 years ago, and it's been 5 months since you issued the order, and we still don't know where the case is at. It's in limbo. We don't understand why it's taking so long, since the final order simply adopts staff's recommendations. And again, we understand that people have different views about the importance of this case, but I want to emphasize that the Court of Appeals made it very clear in their decision that they believe this case raises important legal issues with significant regional impacts that warrant serious consideration. The court determined that you had jurisdiction under the significant impact test, a legal doctrine that the court hasn't used in decades. And it did so because it concluded that this case raises very significant land use issues that not only affect the Stafford area, but will have cascading effects, that's the court's terms, on the remainder of Metro's urban reserves and Metro's ability to satisfy the future housing needs of the Metro region. Regardless of how you feel about the substantive merits of this case, this Commission should be respectful of the petition for enforcement process and the court's view on the significance of this case. And therefore, we respectfully ask that you advise your staff to prioritize this matter and finalize and issue the final order as soon as reasonably possible. And that concludes my comments. I'm happy to take any questions you may have about my comments.
Thank you, Mike, for your testimony. I was going to go to Roger Kagi. Okay. In person.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Roger Kay, current president, Friends of Marion County. I believe I just submitted a handout to you. I'm just going to read it briefly. It won't take me a few minutes, just to make sure I don't forget anything. I represent Friends of Marion County. We are an independent 501c3 farmland protection organization founded in 1998. Our mission is to protect farm and forest land, parks, open space in Marion County. Brief background, Friends of Marion County has worked to protect farmland in Marion County. We testified before LCDC about various issues, including the solar rule adopted on May 23rd, 2019. We participated in the legislature's working group on Measure 49, which minimized the harm to farmland from Measure 37. Our current state of affairs in 2023, Friends of Marion County highlighted Marion County's conversion of farmland through conditional uses like commercial activity in conjunction with farm use, farm and non-farm dwellings, solar facilities, and battery energy storage systems. In 24-25, Marion County reversed some of these policies by adopting ordinances that prohibit small-scale solar facilities and BESS facilities after several news stories described how these uses damage farmland and cause health and safety problems for citizens living nearby. In terms of the future modernization program, LCDC's future efforts must address the statewide loss of farmland from conditional uses in conjunction with farm use, farm and non-farm dwelling development. Friends of Marion County has encountered these applications and urged Marion County to deny some of them. Unfortunately, we have been only partially successful. And finally, we appreciate LCDC's hard work in protecting our limited supply of farm and forest lands and urge a continuation of this very important task. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. So we're going to take a break because we started public testimony early and there might be some people that are thinking it's going to start later. So we're going to take a break. Should be till 3:15? Till 3:15. And then we'll resume. The folks I still have on my list that may not, they're probably not here, are Thurston, Mickey.
Rusty is here now.
Okay, Rusty is here. So let's do that. This is Thurston, Rusty, Ingalls representing, so online.
Rusty, if you can hear me, you will need to accept me transferring you over to a panelist or you won't be allowed to speak. Oh, very okay.
Okay, I think I got you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Can I start?
Yes, we'll put the clock up. You can go ahead.
Okay, I think I got you now. Anyhow, Chair Holliva, other members of the commission, my name is Rusty Inglis. I'm a cattle rancher in Harney County. Oregon has some of the best land use regulations in the United States, but developers have found a loophole that is slowly and methodically eroding these regulations. It is known as spot zoning. Zoning was established to prevent conflicts between different land uses, and this is especially true in agriculture areas where urban sprawl is starting to encroach on agricultural zoned areas, and spot zoning is becoming a major reason. Let me give you a personal example of what spot zoning is doing. There was a 40-acre lot next to my ranch. I've tried to purchase it, but the owner had it priced way above grazing land values. This land has been historically grazed for over 30 years and is zoned EFRU2, and rightly so. Well, the owner, a developer, found the spot zoning loophole, found 2.5 acres out of 40 acres that was not class 6 soils, but had class 7 soils. So the county approved a non-farm dwelling. Even though the lot will remain zoned EFRU2, it's now effectively removed from the agriculture base. Even if it should come up for sale in the future, no rancher would be able to afford to buy it and use it as it is zoned. This now makes it harder and harder for a ranch to expand and for the next generation of ranchers able to get a start. You have to understand, in Eastern Oregon, there will always be small portions of rangeland that have Class 7 soils, but they can be used effectively within the adjoining properties. For example, my ranch has 8 tax lots. Within each of these tax lots, there's small acres, large enough for a home to set on, and that has Class 7 soils. With spot zoning, I could make a small subdivision, effectively removing 870 acres of land from the agriculture base. I ask you to expedite rulemaking and close this loophole so we can protect what agriculture land we have left so the next generation can continue to produce the safest and cheapest food in Oregon, the United States, and the world. Oregon Administrative Rule 660-033-130, paragraph 4B needs to be revised. That concludes my testimony, and thank you for your time. I would like to note my testimony today is also relevant to your agenda item 6. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. So I think the only 2 people I have are Mickey and Robert.
Yes.
And if they're not here, then we were going to take a break till 3:15. Yes? Okay. We'll see you back at 3:15. Thank you, everybody who gave testimony so far.
But I can't look it up when I've got this open.
Yeah. I was like, but it says here.
Sorry. No, that's okay. It's totally fine. I was. You need us. I thought we were. Sorry.
Nice. It might take a second to power back on.
It's on. So
They're slowly promoting over.
So is it recording? Okay, so we're back in agenda item number 14, which is public comment, and we are resuming after the break in the Land Conservation and Development Commission June 2025 meeting. Next up, we have Peter Kennedy from Kennedy Family Farms, and I wanted to apologize to Roger that I kept on getting your last name wrong earlier. So, Peter.
We have Peter right up.
Can you hear me?
Yes, and we have a 3-minute timer that's going to pop up.
Hi. My name is Peter Kennedy. I'm a 65-year-old lifelong resident, third-generation farmer from the Albany-Corvallis area, with a fourth generation in training. For the last 50+ years, I've been a keen observer of the changes in our shared landscape and the forces that drive those changes. 50 years ago, we had enough people in this state with the foresight and vision to enact SB 100, which is why our state still retains large blocks of agricultural and forest ground that provide a multitude of benefits for Oregon residents, wildlife, and our environment. Not to mention the compounding benefits our thoughtful stewardship now will bring to future generations, 50, 100, 200 years into the future. You as LCD commissioners have a critically important role to play in how our state will look many generations into the future. It is a challenging and largely thankless task. I applaud you all for being willing to volunteer your time for the future of the state. Recently, there has been a consistent drumbeat of our land use system is 50 years old. It needs updated, all with the intention of weakening our land use protections. It is short-sighted, selfish thinking that from those who apparently care little about the multitude of generations that will follow us and the quality of life they will have and the environment they will live in. I am in total agreement that system needs updated and tweaked, but those updates and tweaks desperately need to strengthen it, not weaken it. I know you all take your roles in this messy process seriously. I hope you all think about and envision what the long-term ramifications of the decisions you make today will mean for those 7 generations out. Once again, I sincerely thank you for your willingness to serve in the capacity you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Up next is Mickey Killingsworth from MD Acres.
Can you hear me? You're not going to get any video because I live in the part of Oregon that doesn't have bandwidth.
Yes, we hear you.
Okay. My name is Mickey Killingsworth. I am a native Oregonian, 3rd generation, and I farm in Central Oregon. So I'm not going to talk about what most people talk about. What I'm going to talk about is what happened yesterday. I viewed the last RAC meeting for farm stands, and I was very upset with the public participation. My feeling is that invited some uncivil conversations or attacks to RAC members. And if I was going to apply to be on a RAC again, I would have to think twice if that's always going to have public interactiveness during a RAC meeting. I supported the last RAC I was on, and the public could watch us and send comments. And I didn't feel any threats or any actions by the public that would impact how I would interact with other RAC members. But after watching the hearing yesterday, it upset me. And my closing part's going to be, I Commissioner Thompson will give you the speech that she gave in the Transportation Committee hearing yesterday at the legislature, and how everybody appreciates what you do. She was very eloquent, and I can't repeat it exactly how she did. But I think sometimes you guys walk into a hornet's nest and are being stung from all sides. And you need to realize, those of us out there, we appreciate your insight and your wisdom and your dedication and time that you put in as commissioners. But you should listen to what Commissioner Thompson said yesterday for the legislature. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. Thank you.
I pay her to say that. Thank you, Mickey.
You're welcome.
Up next is Robert Liberty online, representing self.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. The soon-to-be concluded legislative session provided compelling evidence that far too many legislators know little or nothing about Oregon's remarkable planning program, and some of what they know is false. Those of us who travel to Salem to testify as advocates for maintaining and strengthening the planning laws also noticed that you and your staff were not asked to participate in the hearings on important land use legislation, including hearings in which damaging and misleading claims were made about the land use laws and about your administration of them. At one hearing, I could not help but offer a tart observation about how you were denied the opportunity to defend yourself and rebut these claims. Fortunately, there are some legislators like Senators Golden and Przansky who know and support Oregon's land use laws. They rely on the strong base of support for those laws and your mission among Oregonians, including me. Given this, I hope, temporary lapse in legislative and gubernatorial support, more responsibility falls on your shoulders to achieve our state's land use goals. One of those goals, often neglected, is Goal 4, forest lands. Hillary Foote has amply documented the erosion of forest land by the steady and possibly accelerating stream of land divisions, template, and large lot dwellings. Earlier this month, the Board of Forestry received a report on the conversion and development of forest land from Ms. Foote and others. Several board members are concerned because building more roads and houses in forest lands guarantees more losses of property and lives to wildfire, more lost jobs in the woods and mills, more loss of wildlife habitat, and carbon sequestration. Perhaps you should consider holding a joint meeting with the Board of Forestry, or at least invite Chair Jim Kelly to address you, and perhaps Chair Holova could reciprocate. Here is my request. Please do not delay any longer in addressing protections for Oregon's world-class forest lands. Add rulemaking on forest lands to your agenda for action in 2026. And thank you, as others have, very much for your service. I know it is thankless. It's very important what you're doing for Oregonians.
Thank you, Robert. Up next is Blair Batson, 1,000 Friends.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Halava and members of the Commission. My name is Blair Batson, and I'm a staff attorney with 1,000 Friends of Oregon. We would like to comment on your excellent decision at the March meeting to convene a series of RACs, Rule Advisory Committees, in 2026 to consider rulemaking for some of the top issues that were identified by the department's 2023 Farm Forest Technical Working Group. These include replacement dwellings, non-farm dwellings, and the use of paid soil scientists by applicants to second-guess the NRCS soils ratings in order to allow non-farm dwellings and case-by-case rezoning of agricultural land for primarily residential development, a lot of which is high-end residential development. The latter issue, the rezonings, is largely responsible for the 710-acre rezoning of a classic piece of Central Oregon rangeland that you discussed yesterday, along with thousands of additional acres rezoned from ag to residential over the past decade. It is LCDC's administrative rule that is allowing these rezonings according to LUBA. It is also the improper application of this rule that is allowing so many new non-farm dwellings where they really shouldn't go. You can change the rule, which is OAR 660-033-0045, to ensure that such rezonings are allowed only during an agency-led process like that provided in ORS 215-788. Those of you who are around when the Big Look took place, that's the result of the Big Look. It says if there's maps, if there's errors in the maps, we've got a process. And you can also change the rule to clarify that these soil scientist second guessings don't apply to non-farm dwellings. This is not a Measure 56 issue. For those of you who know, Measure 56 is a disastrous measure because it makes your rulemaking to protect farm and forest land very expensive. It now requires that you mail out notice. The notice is great, wonderful, no problem. But mailing it in this day and age, we were given an estimate for mailing out notice to all farm and forest landowners in Oregon on any of these issues would be $750,000. This is not a Measure 56 issue. The question of what evidence is allowed to justify the harmful development pattern would be the focus. Please make this rulemaking a top priority along with replacement dwellings for 2026. Thank you for the opportunity to comment, and I will join others in expressing my appreciation for all the work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Blair. And then we also have a letter from Cameron Follett from the Oregon Coast Alliance, the topic being large lot forest dwellings. So with that, I think that's all the public testimony that we have. And so with that, I'm going to adjourn the June meeting of the Land Conservation and Development Commission. Thank you all commissioners who attended and for all the people in the room, staff or otherwise. Thank you.